Hey guys, and welcome to day 2 of our robot in 3 days. Yesterday we did get a lot done. We created a pretty functional shooter that used a 1-to-1 motor driving a 72mm gecko wheel. We also have some intake prototypes that got worked on. And really yesterday was kind of a lot of refinement of that shooter, trying to get it to shoot pretty consistently. I think it ended up pretty consistent near the end of yesterday.
Yep.
All right, so what do you think we have planned for today? What are we going to jump on first?
Well, a lot of what I'm going to do today here is I'm going to kind of redesign a little bit about how this belt system works over here, kind of make it a little bit beefier, and something that's going to last through time. Now that we know, kind of how fast we need that wheel to go, then we're just going to, beef it up and go from there. And we'll probably do some distance testing, make sure it's not too powerful, and then once we're all tweaked in there, then we'll get it finalized and move on.
We've also got a new round belt pulley printed for this one that'll put our ratio more like 1.125 to 1 off the motor.
Yep.
So we'll be driving that a little bit slower, hopefully get a little bit better spin up time.
Hopefully, yep.
Probably kind of increase the belt tension just a little bit too.
Yep.
All right, and then we have this intake prototype. What are you thinking with that?
Well, yeah, this is going to be scrapped. It's very heavy and it just has beams in kind of the wrong spots. So I've got some stuff laid out to make a more compact version with 2 low U channels like this and an 8-rec shaft between them, and then possibly going to try and get some little TPU fingers on a bottom roller to try and flip the rings up off the ground and into some sort of roller system to get it up into the shooter. So that's the plan, get a prototype for that.
I think today I'm going to be working mostly on these wobble goals, using some channel slider kits to hopefully be able to pick it up and move it outside of a playing field. So that'll be interesting. Probably mostly use servos for that, so we'll see how that ends up going. All right.
Sick.
Yeah.
Let's hit it.
It sounds good. Oh, we also have some new versions of our bare motor adapter printing that got worked on a little bit last night. So that should help that out a lot.
Yeah, you're welcome, Siobhan, for the free advertising. No problem. My pleasure. Put my mic wire in there.
Let's see. And then throughout today, make sure to ask any questions you have for us in the chat. We should be able to jump in and answer those kind of as they come up. That's really kind of the best way to learn the information you can from our stream today. Music would be good. We'll definitely see if we can get that done tomorrow, maybe. That would be pretty sweet.
Just play it from a phone speaker into a mic. No problem.
No worries. Trash Panda asks if we're thinking about making edible compliant wheels. I would like to, for fun personally, but likely not something we would be able to sell, unfortunately. I know some people have 3D printed, like you'd basically 3D print or take a gecko wheel and make a silicone mold of it, and then cast that into something edible. That'd be pretty cool. Sheerup 360 asks if we're going to use the super speed servos for the wobble goal lift. Probably not for the lift. I think we'll need a little more torque for that. But I could see us doing that for the horizontal motion maybe. Though that's most likely going to be a speed servo. So my goal for this is to have this mounted fairly high on the robot by this carriage. And have a servo in this area right here to be able to grab onto that wobble goal. And be able to lift that to the exact height of the wobble goal, lift this up like that, and then be able to extend out and put it back down. So hopefully that works out pretty well. I think these channel sliders are really a really good kit for that application. So I suppose Elon asks if that's Jacob in the middle. It is. I forgot to introduce our special guest. So
I'm going to leave that on there. I don't want to take that off right now.
We would have okay, so our spools have a radius of about 3/4 of an inch, if I remember right. Yes, so that means we'd have the 60 ounce inches from the super speed servo.
Aren't the spools 32 mil though?
Ooh, they might be.
So that's like, what, 1.2 or something?
Oops.
1.2 inches? Or, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, let's see. 38 mil.
38, okay.
1.5. So about 3/4 of an inch. A super speed servo, 2000. Has, let's see. At 6 volts, 65 ounce inches of torque. So 65 times 1.25. So we're looking at about 81 ounces or 5 pounds with a servo spool on a super speed. So it might actually have enough torque to be able to lift up these rolling goals. That'd be a usable load of about 2.5 pounds. The only issue is we probably won't be able to get this much stroke out of a system that small.
There was one over there at one point, I know. If it's
so we may have to look at either another servo or some kind of other mechanism to get that lift.
What? Oh, you want to just run some screws in. I'm looking. Oh, okay. Yeah.
I was going to get hypers. scissors. I forgot.
Alright. That slide system feels fairly solid, I think. Nope. Cool, cool, cool. All right. Hopefully that's not space you really need in the rest of the robot.
Probably not. It's all pretty low.
Mm-hmm.
I'd be surprised.
This will probably be right at the 18 inches height-wise, if I had to guess.
Oh wait, do you even have like a box?
We do not have a sizing box. We'll just
Oh,
have to
that's
tape
gonna be
measure.
weird. I've never built without a sizing box.
I suppose we could print one. It'll be done in 3 days.
Okay, so I also need to figure out how to lift this up. Let's see. Technova69 asks, how are you going to attach the bear motor to a pulley? So we have a little 3D printed adapter that changes that clamps onto the pinion gear on the bear motor. That you can just find if you take off a lot of your Yellow Jacket gearboxes. We're working on getting that prototype. And once we have it finalized, we'll just release step files and stuff like that. So that's the plan there, and it's right now. We have a version 3, I think. So a version 4 is printing right now, so we should have that to be able to prototype a little bit more with in probably 30 minutes. It looks like our motor mount is just finishing up, so. Past that, it's just the actual adapter. Zeeb says you can use the flange and the cap of the top of the pole to lift it up even without any servo grabber. I did think about that. That seems like it's a really simple way to go. Yeah, that's really solid. Let's do some prototyping with that. I like that idea. Severely doubt this is on pattern, but these angle mounts work pretty good. Who knows? Maybe it is. It's not far off.
Almost. It does require a lot of precision though for driving, which is the only downside. And if you like hit it,
yeah, that would definitely require driving pretty slow.
or just you'd have to use servos anyway to spread them apart. But maybe that would be good as like a thing where you don't have to use the servos to grip it, so you're not drawing current, but you can just spread them apart to give you a little bit wider range, something like that.
I mean, it works. You could even have a servo to kind of lock it in. That would definitely be easier than a servo gripper, or building a servo gripper in only a few hours.
Yeah.
So I mean, I can pretty much just bolt it to the channel. So that's on 16. All right. Yeah. Arvin Smith, how about a rotation arm to swing out of the robot, grab wobble, and swing into the robot to fit? That would work pretty well. Right now I've got this kind of prototyped out where you could have a piece of go rail or something vertically supporting this carriage. So this is free to slide in and out of the robot, and this is also free to slide in. So you'll grab the wobble goal, lift it up with this channel, extend out of the field hopefully, and be able to drop back down. In reality, the claw will probably be actually up here, and then it'll be lifting up kind of from that perspective. Hopefully we'll get enough throw to clear, but this may actually need to stick out past the bottom of the robot there. So Technova asks, what do you think about a fin gripper printed using TPE to grab the wobble goal?
I don't know what that is.
I assume it's, I don't know. I'm assuming they meant GPU. That could be interesting too.
Yeah.
Something nice is you do have the field wall right there, so you can kind of drop it below the field wall and pull away and rely on the field wall kind of pulling it off your claw to deposit it. So that's kind of a solid option there. Here's our tape measure. All right, so we're looking at 45.7 centimeters is the height limit here. Oops. I'm gonna switch this out for a 432 channel to get just kind of like all of the throw I can out of it, because I think that's going to be important overall. So I need a 17 hole. Technova fin grippers are amazing for gripping round objects. That makes sense. That could be really cool. Oops. So pretty much like that. All right, 28 centimeters. So somewhere around 280. 288. Damn.
It's going to be quite interesting.
Yeah.
Is it going to be okay lengthwise, you think?
I think so. So, we'll extend up, lift up that goal, and then extend out. Yeah, let's give it a shot. Hey, the real simpleton. Happy to have you watching us on your lunch break.
Fantastic. Alrighty. You're even labeled.
I do my best.
There we go. My favorite Allen key almost needs a new tip.
Oh no. This is unfortunate.
Good thing we have a Dremel tool downstairs, I guess. Alright, shout out to the Don't Bleak team as well, it sounds like. Fun to have you guys.
Seen that wobble?
Yeah. Huh. The screws on the hub might not be tightened super evenly.
I think they're pretty close.
That's the only thing I can think of.
We might have just got some of our production or sample hubs, and they might be a little off. Try a different hub here.
I'm probably using the wrong channel slider kit here. I think it would probably be a lot more sturdy with the two-ended channel slider kit as my horizontal axis. So that may be an upgrade or a refinement we do. Then we could have two kind of posts, which would give us a lot more stability, I think. Arvin Smith asked if we're going to try anything with the shooter, or are we considering it a final design?
I think we're pretty close, yeah.
I think some refinement, maybe just
Well,
in the.
Yeah, I'm getting this rebuilt so it's a little more beefy and will last, and then we're going to do a lot of testing with it to get it dialed in just right. We have.
Do you have an open-ended 7mm wrench?
No.
We had one.
Yeah, I saw one
I might have put it back in the bucket.
Oh, here it
there.
is. I have it.
For some of our tuning, we're going to change the pulley ratio a little bit with some of these 3D printed pulleys that we had made up, and then yeah, should be pretty much done.
The real simpleton asked if we've tested gecko wheel intakes as of now.
Oh, those aren't too bad.
I think we've tested just a little
They'll
bit.
work for sure,
Yeah.
yeah. So we've got, what should we try first? 34, 36, or 38? I think it's going to be 34.
Yeah, dual monitors is definitely nice to have.
Yeah, 30. Maybe even start middle ground too. I don't know.
Oh,
Let me just throw this on. These will be really easy to swap in and out.
Yeah.
So that'll be nice.
Let's see. One big thing I'm struggling with intake-wise is that with a low U on the intake, you can see that the edges get very close
They do, yeah.
to the edge of the wheel.
What if we used a one-side
there you go.
two-post pillow block?
Yeah, that's
on
what
the
I've got
end,
here.
Yeah, there you go. You're right there.
And then dual block is
And
the
then you need the
next
dual
part
block
you need.
mounts.
Yeah.
Which are.
Do we have one that works in that
somewhere.
use
I don't
case?
know.
I know I've done this before.
I have two.
Oh, how did I do that?
Maybe not.
I was gonna say L beams, but no, that'd be off
Oh.
pattern.
Oh, yeah, shaft beams now.
The shaft beam, or the square beams.
Yeah.
The
the-
43 mil.
But you can't. No, yeah, that'll work. We only have one.
Not
We
really.
only have one 5-holer. If it works, we'll get some more.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think that would work.
I mean, shim it.
Eh.
Like, it works that way, and then I can put.
And then you screw it.
How
to
did
the
I do
tube.
that?
And it's still not really on pattern, is it?
Well, it would be on pattern if it was in these 4 holes, or well, these
But
2
you
holes.
can't.
But yeah, I would have to like put it in these 2, and then also get these 2, but with no shims in it, it would like pull it
Yeah.
taut.
There's a way to do this.
I know. Can't think of how to do it either.
We're trying to mount a one side 2-post clamping mount on the end of the low side.
I mean, it may not look the best, but
Single block mounts.
could just do that.
Two
Two single block mounts, and then you can use your 16 pattern.
Yeah, but the single block mounts are threaded, right?
Yeah, but you can use a single block mount with like a beam,
oh,
like a 5 beam. Then you've got your 32
huh,
volts for your
okay,
dual post, and then use the 16s for the
sure,
thing, and then you just push it down 1 layer of holes, and that'll be your 8 mil.
Okay.
okay.
Have at it.
That should work.
That's a way to do it.
Yeah.
See, Josh, it's good when you speak up.
Not having a microphone.
The Real Simpleton asks what our streaming setup is. So we have a couple of DSLR cameras. I think the other one might not technically be. I don't know. Anyway, a couple of nice Canon and a Lumix camera, and then those are both captured with capture cards to Streamlabs OBS that we're using to take in our overlay and all that stuff, and then send over to Twitch directly. So. Let's see, glitches says you guys correctly using bearings. How dare you? This is robotics, not engineering.
I think they're kind of the same thing, frankly, but you know,
Yeah,
fair enough.
I'm really not sure.
I'm not known for the best building practices either, so
Let's see, this is upside down. One thing about these carriages is that they only really work in one orientation. So the back of this channel has to be facing the back of this channel. They have to be in the same orientation, basically. All right, so loop. I've got that and that. So let's mount my 2 angle pattern mounts, and
eventually too we're gonna have to put a low U or something coming up here to mount the intake, so we can also brace that.
Yep. So I might change this out to our other channel slider kit. So that actually uses it uses 2 parallel low side channels, and one is stationary and the other one slides along it. So you get a lot more stability when it's all the way retracted. This is not bad. Like, I am insanely impressed at how rigid that is for being 1 go tube and 1 channel. But having a second go tube or something like that up here supporting the other end of a slide like this is going to help a ton. If stability ends up being an issue, it may not. And then this is kind of nice because it ends up down here kind of almost touching the ground. In a game like this, that's super solid. And thankfully, it doesn't really matter where I put these because along the stroke, because I'll still get the same amount of travel. If I mount it here, I'm still going up whatever that ends up being, about 400 mil, 40 centimeters. Or if it's all the way at the bottom. So I need to add standoffs to this so I can't pull it out of the top anymore. We're using standoffs as end stops for these because it's super convenient and nice. Yeah, OBS, mentioned in the chat, is a really nice thing. We're using Streamlabs, which is kind of a repackaged OBS, and it's really solid. It's a nice, simple way to do it.
Could you get me some more 5-hole square beams?
There, we may do we have 5-hole shaft beams?
Oh, we might.
The shaft means we do. We have one.
You can tell they're the
All
most
right, that
popular
should be enough.
size.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, that should be good.
Glitches asked what we'd recommend as end stops rather than standoffs. Standoffs is what I probably would recommend. You can also use a screw head as a little bit different solution. So you can just have basically a screw running in here into a lock nut. That's a little bit cleaner, but standoffs are easy. So that's what I'm using right now. Body draft 1, is it going to be longer than 18 inches? I'm pretty sure it's not right now.
Yeah, because 432 is like 17.6 inches, if I remember right. Something like that. So,
Yeah.
I mean, plus you have
17 inches, pretty much on the dot, 43.2 centimeters.
Got it.
So we should have a whole inch past this channel. And we are not quite 24 past the channel here, so I'm pretty sure we're good, but we will measure just to make sure near the end. We can only slide this in further. We likely will have to slide it in further because we've got these claws that are going to stick out. But we can do that after we actually prototype it and prove out the concept. Then we'll start into the refinement and making it overall nicer. Cool. Yeah, now we have 2 tape measures. That's not a bad thing.
Double check the measurement from the first tape.
Alright, so I guess the extra length I have here doesn't help me. Because I need to clear the base of the thing anyway, so.
Aha.
Probably just bring these over.
There we go.
Use those enough.
These are a lot easier to work with. You don't need a wrench.
All right. It's funny, the little things that you can do with goBILDA that you couldn't do with Servo City components. Like this would not work. Putting a plate with this pattern on channel like this in the Actibotic Soul pattern just wouldn't work. The only reason this is working right now is because everything is based off that 8mm grid, so you can pretty much just put stuff anywhere and it should line up really well. So I know that this is on the 16 pattern, so I can just mount this across. And I technically could put all 5 screws in this. I don't feel like I need to at all, but it's an option. Trash Panda said, just realized there's more space behind this parts wall. Yeah, so this is what we call our build bay. We actually have 3 of these, but most of them aren't populated with nearly as many parts. Oops. Anyway, we will deal with that problem next. Hey. That's not nearly as bad as I thought it would be. That feels like the motto of this robot in 3 days.
Yeah, pretty much.
It's not as bad as we
Hand me that
thought.
long driver there.
Yeah.
Yes, please. Thank you.
I don't know why I stole yours when I had another one and a box full right beside me.
Fair.
But I did.
I feel
Okay.
that one.
So it looks like that my plates hit on the very end of that lock nut, which means I should be able to flip the lock nuts on this channel slider kit around. I do like the idea of kind of a squishier TPU grabber for this that you can just kind of run into the elements with. Blue Revolt 7 says hi, Jacob.
Hello.
Trash Panda 950. I think that it would be really cool to be able to do a facility tour of goBILDA. That's probably not in the cards very soon. It's definitely hard to make stuff, like, since we develop all of our parts here, it's really hard to make it so we can show off all of our areas, because they'll always have a part that's in the stages of getting ready to go live on the website or in production or stuff like that. Oh, there it is. But that would be really, really cool. Definitely of our R&D area, which this is a part of, would be really fun. Let's make sure those actually clear. No. Unfortunate. So I guess it's time to grab the
Button heads.
button heads.
Yeah.
See, it's not so.
Please.
I do like the way that turned out with those one side 2-post clamping mounts.
Yeah. It's a little messy on the inside, but
It looks nice on the outside.
yeah. How much room do I have here? Oh, quite a bit.
Okay.
I've got it, Kevin.
Scotland Angus, can you give more info on your shooter prototype? What parts are used? Gearing change, motor, ratio. Okay, so for the shooter, you might be able to see it better on camera 2 here. Not really, actually.
Yeah. We might need to zoom in on it here. I'm not quite done with it, but
Yeah. So the shooter, the parts that we use for the gearing change, right now it's just a round belt with It was 1-to-1 in like the last clip from yesterday.
Yeah.
Now we changed it. I think that's a 36 mil, 34 mil pulley on there from a 32 on the wheel. So we made it a little bit slower. And the motor is just a bare motor with no gearbox. So that's around 5,500 to 6,000 RPM, depending on what specs you want to go by. Yeah, the belt and belt ratio changed, just a round belt from goBILDA. You can get all this stuff, except the pulley is 3D printed that very slightly changed the ratio.
We also do have a version that just relies on overdriving the 3.7 to 1 reduction, so 1620 RPM.
Yeah.
I think that works fairly well too, but
there's
it's definitely cleaner to do.
This is definitely the way to go with it for sure.
So we're using a 3D printed adapter to go from the pinion gear on a bare goBILDA Yellow Jacket to the 12 rack Sonic or Hyper Hub. Excuse me.
So you go from your motor to your Hyper.
So that is something we're working on prototyping and getting the final versions of. And once those are done, we will publish all the CAD for that, so you can just print one yourself.
The resultant RPM, I think right now it's like 1.125 to 1 reduction off the bare motor, so it's in the 5,000 range.
Yep. Oh, wait.
New pinion adapter is almost done. Pinion adapter is almost done.
Yep.
92%.
Glitch has asked me how we come up with the names for products.
Yeah, well, basically we just have a product that comes up, and everybody we just talk about it as a big group. We have the amount of creative people in this building is insane. So someone always comes up with a good idea for something.
It's very rarely the same people. We have a couple people who are pretty prolific, I suppose, in the way of naming things, but a lot of the times one idea might come from somebody else, or you may have 3 products in a row that all have different names that came from different people. So I think Jason probably has the most product names, I'd say, if I had to guess.
I think I would agree with that as well, yeah.
You'd recognize him as Bob Ross from the Dyeing Your Machinum Wheels video.
Okay, I am much happier with that.
Yeah, that looks good.
So we've got it supported on the end now.
Nice.
Ooh, how'd you do that?
Yeah.
Ooh.
So we've got a clamp mount with a standoff spacer,
Oh, I like that a
and then the
lot.
bearing is in the end of the pulley.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, you should show the camera.
If we can get a super close up of that, I'd love
Yeah.
to show that.
Yeah.
I'll run over and do that camera quick. Let's move this light. Ooh. Alright, I think that's as close as we can get right now.
Good. Okay, yeah. So one thing that, when we printed this adapter to get this Hyper Hub onto this motor, it clamps around it, and torque-wise, it's, it is definitely sufficient to transfer that power, but from a stability sideways motion, it really doesn't have enough to support a nice tight belt. So what I did was I put a 6mm bearing in the end of the pulley, and I have this clamp mount holding a standoff, and the standoff goes down into that bearing and is spaced correctly. So it is basically pinned on the end, kind of like you would support a piece of work on a lathe. It makes it much more sturdy. So that's what we're gonna go ahead and try.
Um,
We'll go from there.
Drizzlin' Poor asks why we went with round belts as opposed to timing belts.
They're a lot lighter and they're a lot easier to work with spacing wise. They're also a lot thinner. You know, you look at how thin it is this way. You know, even with a 5HTD, you're out 9 mil wide. So it's just a lot thinner, a lot easier to work with, and at high speed applications when you don't need a ton of positive drive there, you can get away with the round belts.
Yeah, and it'll also bit bites it. Yeah, it'll help with any motor stalling or anything. So if you do run into a lot of resistance, it'll slip the belt rather than completely stall the system.
Yep. So I'm going to put this on here, and then we can do some testing. Make sure that we're not too powerful. And then the shooter will be pretty much complete.
Sweet.
And I can get out of your guys' way.
One thing about round belts, if you do choose to go with them, is that they're measured in they're measured in diameter. So if you just lay them out kind of flat on a table, they will be measured from the diameter of the circle that makes, which is a little confusing. So it may require just a little bit of math to get to the size you need.
Across that way.
Yeah. That reminds me, we should switch over to our other camera angle there.
Okay, I'm happy with that.
Let's see another. Yeah, stall condition behavior is the big thing that round belts I think let us improve. All right.
So yeah, Ethan, if you want to get a shot of this.
Yeah. Sweet. So we just laid out tiles to measure distance. Looks like we should be shooting 16 feet.
Do we have a tape measure, Josh? We could measure height maybe with?
Yes.
Sweet. Josh, you want to give me a hand?
Carlos Crab says, nice shirt, Jacob. That team seems pretty cool, LOL.
I agree, Carlos.
Yeah.
Very cool team.
I mean, they're all right, I guess.
Yeah, fine, honestly. It really would have been cool if they like won a competition or something, but...
Do you have our XT30 to bullet cable?
Yeah, it's right here.
Glitches asked, would we recommend timing belts if we had the time to custom build the spacing for them?
Yeah.
I like round belts here. I think it's
for the high
application.
speed. I think I'd still stick with the round. Yeah.
I mean, if you're really worried about it like flying off or something, or if you have trouble with them like getting misaligned, then yeah, you should probably go to something else. But
alrighty.
That looks pretty good.
That's like almost perfect.
Yeah. It's pretty close to that limit, but
It's like right on the money.
We may have to turn it down just a little bit.
Honestly, it does look like that.
Because it's still shy of the still shy of the last tile. I think
Yeah.
that's right on.
Yeah, that one's
that
That
one's
one was
over.
too hard.
Sorry, I pointed the camera out it. That's why it happened. Oh, that was pretty good.
By and large, I think it's right on.
Yeah.
I think for our purposes, we're good.
Sweet. We should also probably test that it still hits the goal with the new pulley, but
Yeah, we probably should. These tiles back.
So just some rough numbers. The bare motor looks to be somewhere in the ballpark of 6,000 RPM.
Okay.
The reduction on there right now, that's it somewhere in the ballpark of 5,600.
Okay.
That's your free speed of the motor with no load.
Yeah.
Again, rough numbers.
And the other thing is,
We're definitely not going to be hitting that just because, you know, there's
Yeah.
friction in the system, you're
not
pushing air. Right.
another thing to mention, of course, so Josh did point out that the bare motor should be in the neighborhood of 6,000 RPM, and it should be pretty close to 5,600 with our reduction. And then, of course, like motors can vary up to sometimes 10% plus or minus in their free speed, just because it's not it's not a very precise science. So that on a 312 RPM gear motor isn't a whole lot, but on a bare motor, that is a lot. So definitely want to make sure, and a great way to help increase that is a velocity PID loop. That's something we may end up getting time to implement, but maybe not. With the squishy donut, is there much potential for a stall condition? I suppose you mean with that gecko wheel. Likely not, unless something jams up in there. And even then, I think that we had stalled a motor for 12 minutes one time and it still ran. So these motors will stall forever, pretty much. But it's
Definitely
kind of
not
nice.
advisable, but
Definitely not.
it's not going to explode.
Yeah, it takes a lot to let the magic smoke out of these motors. They're pretty low power. See, can I steal the back of this robot again?
yeah.
Almost done with my modifications. Then honestly, we might want to start trying to wire stuff up
Yeah.
so we can drive around a little bit.
It's not as accurate when it's slower, but
Yeah.
Hmm.
It's still not bad.
it's not horrible.
Mhm.
Yeah, because I feel like if we went back to the 1-to-1, we'd definitely be consistently shooting over 16.
I think you're absolutely right.
Yeah, maybe some software would end up helping us out there.
Oh, definitely.
For sure.
Just hitting that RPM every time really consistently would be.
Yeah, because right now we're having to go by sound of when it sounds like it's back up to
Yes,
speed.
that is a terrible way to do it.
Mm-hmm.
So,
If it was my robot, I honestly would probably program it so, I guess it is my robot. Anyway, to program it so once it gets back up to a free speed, you just run the servo. So you like hold
yeah,
A or whatever.
You hold your fire button, and when it's ready to fire.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm very happy with that. So, at some point, we need to probably try to figure out where it's going to go on there.
Yeah.
And that's going to have a lot to do with the intake as well.
Honestly, swap this out for goTube or goRail clamping mounts and run with that.
It might be the way to go, yeah, and do something almost exactly
Yeah.
like that.
And in that case, it wouldn't be very hard to add a pivot, a powered pivot to that system.
That's true.
Right.
Well, I don't think we would this week, but if you were a team looking to do something like a powered pivot aim, seems pretty promising.
Well, even we could do goTube and just put the clamping mounts on this. That would honestly be better.
Oh, that's true. Then you get a little
Yeah.
more stability in your chassis, probably.
Yep. And I think that that's going to be thin enough now as well.
Oh,
that it
definitely.
will
It should be.
fit in there nice and low,
Yeah, that looks good.
so that your intake doesn't have as much work to do.
Yeah, that's coming together.
Yeah. Maybe we want to put the goTube more back here too. This might be good to have. Get some of those wires out of the way. Maybe run them along a channel on this side.
Honestly, we've had chassis
Move-
with one
move
goTube
this
crossbar,
down
and it's
or
rigid.
up, you could get it even further because that's what's hitting right there is the,
Yeah, it's hitting the
the
servo.
and the motor mount there.
Yeah, so I'd imagine, honestly, maybe we just remove this, put a piece of goTube here, and then when we mount the intake, we'll put a top strut.
Yeah.
Honestly, I don't think you'll need a top strut with goTube,
Probably not.
but
Probably
it'd be
not.
good to have.
Yeah,
Um,
I'm good with that. We could even keep this and just put a beam across here as just a little extra.
Keterim asks, can you discuss how you detect when the motor is at full speed? So that would be really just down to the encoder. You have the ability to check for speed of the motor with the encoder. So that's how I would do it. We are also talking about a velocity PID loop, which basically will increase the power of the motor as it's further away from the target speed. So as long as and then as you get closer to your target speed, it'll kind of slowly ease off the power until you just kind of hit that target speed really well. That also allows you to decrease the speed of the system without losing recovery time. So if you find out that you're shooting like whatever 1 foot past 16 and you can't really you can't change the ratio to get that much less, you could implement a velocity PID loop, and that will be better than just setting it to 0.75 times the speed, because if you drop down below that target speed, your motor will be able to apply all the power it has to get back up to that target speed. Whereas if you're just setting power, you'll be limited to the power you're setting.
You guys can
So you'll only ever be able to max out at 0.75 or whatever. So that's why it's a lot better for shooters and stuff like that. You can either work on tuning and writing your own. We are going to use RoboClaw controllers, so those will be able to automatically tune it, but we may have to do some tuning as well. And the expansion hub, I believe, has some defaults that you can do by running using the encoder. And let's see, set velocity, I believe. We'll use those default velocity PID tunings. Tuning PID is kind of tough. I've not actually tuned velocity PID myself. I've pretty much just said run auto tune on a RoboClaw and called it good. But that's something that will be really fun.
I'm not a programmer. I've never done it.
I tried not to be. I try really hard not to be a programmer. Alright, now I should be able to pass this all the way up through. Oh, I assembled that wrong. Psych.
Oh, the one block knot left.
Yep. Well, I took it apart and put it back together. I just did it wrong.
Let's see. Do you mind if I turn the bot this way a little bit
Yeah,
so I
that's
can
fine.
work on the front? There we go.
Alright, looks like our
Now-
parts are done. So I think Josh is going to do some testing with those and see how they end up working out. So that will be really exciting. Hopefully this version's a little stronger and should be able to be printed out of some not as crazy material. We're just using my personal Ender 3 today, so we're actually printing out of a carbon fiber infused PETG, which is a little wild and is really pretty overkill for most FTC applications. But it's fun, and I like printing with fun, funky filaments. One thing that we'll likely do before we release any of those files is test it out of PLA and probably stock PETG as well, because those are both really pretty easy filaments to print with and really commonly available. Yeah. We may also end up using some TPU fingers. Those, I'm not sure if those will end up going onto the robot, but we've done some prototyping with them, and they seem really cool and promising. Let's switch over to this view over here. Here is one. So it is really flexy, and for this prototype we actually printed a core that has an 8-rack bore, and that core is a triangle, so it's got a lot of positive drive on the TPU, which if you just printed the 8-rack bore in the TPU, it would end up slipping. So that can be a lot of fun. TPU especially gives you a lot of flexibility in what you can do with your prints. You can make intakes and stuff like that, which would be really fun. So hopefully that will work out fairly well as kind of a kick-up mechanism. All right, let's see how this guy works. That is way better than I ever would have expected.
That seems like just fine.
Capside 1DE. Capes 1D. Anyway, says you can design TPU to not flex around the bore. It'll depend most likely on the TPU you have. I have some TPU that I got from just from Micro Center. So it's whatever their kind of common brand is, and it's very flexible. I don't know the durometer actually. I don't think that's a spec, but I can test it later on. I'll grab our durometer tester and see what it looks like. But I would say it's probably in the 80A range, which is really flexible for TPUs. This one I just could not get as hard as I tried to not spin around an 8mm Rex bore. So we ended up printing a PETG 8 Rex, I call it the Triforce, just a little triangle with the 8 Rex bore, and then made that slip over 8 Rex really easy. Then that won't ever slip on the shaft. All right, so we've got our prototype for this. Let's, for now, we will just set this exactly where we want it to end up to grab that correctly. So wobble goal up. Nice.
Where did that go?
One thing when you're talking about the screw head versus standoff end stop for these, the screw head and the standoff will actually have different diameters, so you can very slightly adjust the placement of the end stop for this. I'll likely end up just adjusting that with the servo. Whew. That is surprisingly clean. Now we should be able to, let's just measure that, I suppose. See if we are inside of if we're over the 12 inches. Yeah, 90A is a much more common durometer for TPU. When you're printing TPU, you kind of have a nice, you can vary the amount of squish pretty easily by like how many walls you have in the infill, which it means you can do some cool things and test a lot without really changing the actual filament you buy, because it can be a pain to buy like 3 kilograms of filament to just test a couple things. So, oh man, we are pretty close. It looks like we would clear a field wall, but it's pretty close.
What about tile sink?
That's true.
I mean,
Oh, on the other side, I'm just measuring. It lifts just about 30.5 centimeters,
oh, okay.
which should be just past 12 inches.
Yeah, that's good.
And we'll actually be up on the tiles.
That
So
is true.
we should have less to go over.
Big brain.
That is way better than I expected. It's definitely not going to be easy to line up when you're driving the robots. But it works. So the question then comes down to what do I use to power it? R. Van Smith says the rounded bottom will help slide over if you're close. Yeah, I think so too. And we can always fine tune this. I think we could lift this up maybe just a little bit to make sure it clears. We could even add like a pattern spacer to inch toward that 18-inch height limit. Or we could mount this to the top of this carriage instead of the bottom of this carriage. Because right now what's hitting is this right here. So we could get a couple more mil out of that as an adjustment too if we're really close. That looks promising intake-wise.
Yeah, I need to move the axles out a little bit more into the wheels. But
yeah, you should be able to pretty easy.
I'm once again using a round belt.
Here, I think it makes a little less sense.
It makes a lot less sense, but it was also easy. So
Yeah. I don't think you're really going to be very on pattern with that distance.
nope.
So you would probably have to add a tensioner of some sort.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to change up, maybe bevel it somewhere, or I was actually thinking about maybe if I'm gonna have this be a roller, just throwing the motor on a bevel right here in the back of the chassis, and then coaxialing it wherever I need.
So right now we have 2 extra motors, right?
That's correct. It might be wise to save another one for intake. I know we were also talking about maybe an initial intake stage to lift, to give the rings a little bit of lift, like a, rock recovery or Skystone type intake.
Sure.
Which could work, but we don't really know yet. So.
Okay, well, I'm going to take one of those motors and use it as this vertical lift, I think.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Because that's going to be a pain in the butt to do with servos. Because we just need so much stroke. I could probably get it done with a 785, but I just don't love the power output you get with that servo. It's really not my favorite. But this, I think I can definitely do with the linkage, especially because this amount of extension, I think, is really pretty overkill. Oops. Got derailed there. But I like that amount. Yeah, glitches right on. It's about 0.9 pounds. You could lift this with a super speed servo on continuous rotation mode and just a spool, and that would work pretty well. I think that in that case you stall at about 5 pounds, so your working load's in the 2.5 pound range. But I think that's going to be a little slow, and we don't need to really.
Oh, that is very tight, that collar.
I believe that, yes.
I'm not going to make any progress with that.
Yeah, continuous on a spool would work just fine.
Oh,
did you
no.
Get it?
I got it. It was just very tight.
And then you have the set screws on the miters loose too.
I should. Maybe not.
And there will be 2 on that one.
Oh, right. I forgot. It's like designed well. Huh.
Okay, so
Don't do that.
don't do that.
Don't do this. There we go.
I'm gonna go. Okay, let's see. So untraditional bow tie. I love that username. Asks, why do you choose to put vertical on horizontal? That is a great question. So this is something that I scratched my head about for like 30 minutes yesterday. The reason we're doing vertical and horizontal is so that we can lift this up over the wall and then go back over and put it down. I was worried that if you had horizontal on a vertical lift, it would be a lot harder to get this. Basically, as you lower the horizontal lift, you run into the top of the wall. So this allows you to, say, stack this up full of rings. In theory, these would have to be longer if you have rings on there, but stack this up full of rings and then go over the wall and set this down really easy. So your whole situation looks like this. You lift up over the wall, extend out past, and then lift it down really slowly, and then be able to drive up away from the wall. Stealth X051 says, so I just turned in. I see Jacob using a mechanical wheel as a hammer. I think that, yeah, everything is a hammer. That's reasonable. Also, I misspoke. Justin said I just tuned in, not turned in. What product are those linear rails? They are just low side U channels, and they're running on our channel slider kit. If we end up having some time to refine this, I'll actually end up switching this horizontal lift to our other channel slider kit. So these right now, let me find the web page and I will send a link quick. I just searched channel, that was not a good idea. Okay, so the 3210 0001 0005. Open link in new tab. This is what I'm using right now. And I think they are very, very nice for this application. The other channel, what I would probably use here instead of that is the ball bearing slide pack, which is this guy. That would allow you to put another vertical support over here because you have one stationary channel and one channel that moves. Yeah.
Wheels are hammers and motors are jack stands.
Exactly. So those are both, we came out with them last year and like they weren't very useful in that game, except maybe as a vertical extend for the Skystone, or for the stones. I forget that Skystone and stones are different. This year they're really nice because you don't need that multi-stage movement. So I think I'm going to use a speed servo on a linkage for my horizontal and a motor with a spool and string for my vertical. Just because the motor will allow me to run an encoder and position feedback. So I can run from two positions, which I think will help a lot. I think you can do this with a servo, especially if you run continuous rotation and a super speed servo. It might be a little slow. But the biggest downside is you don't get that position feedback anymore, so you have to add in another encoder or just eyeball it, which is not nearly as nice. So, let's see here. Hey Josh, can you go pull me another super speed servo? Thank you.
This one?
Oh, wait, I'm crazy. I have a speed servo. I have one of those. Never mind, I'm good.
There's a couple down in this bin here too.
Oh, sweet, okay.
I don't know what they are.
So I'll probably throw a servo frame on this. Does that make sense? Yeah, okay. So I've got a servo frame with my servo and a nice long linkage. I think I'll be able to get this much stroke out of the linkage. So in this case, I think I probably will end up actually removing the servo, which is kind of a pain. I can mount this here, but that's more of a pain. Yeah. Oh, also that's, no, I have that much space. I'm gonna run the servo on my movement and then run the linkage on mounted to the solid system. So I'm gonna go ahead and mount this servo in this frame and get started on that quick. I love servo frames. They're a little pricey compared to just the stock servo mounts, But they give you mounting holes on so many sides that they're just super versatile. There are some applications where they don't make a lot of sense, but most of the time I think they're super nice. I think it'd be better to have the vertical extension on the robot. If you are planning on dropping the wobble goal, that's perfectly fine. But the issue you run into is if you're moving this horizontal extension, you extend out over the field wall and then you can't lower it to place this. So your vertical extension hits the field wall like this and you can't drop it any further. You have to just drop it, which is fine. You do you for sure. But this allows you to kind of carefully place it down. Both are great options. I think this gives you a little more flexibility if you're hoping to stack rings. There they are. Also, make sure you use washers on your servo mounts. Those servo ears can be a failure point when you have like a torque servo and crazy high torque servos in general. So that's nice. Stealth X5051. Not gonna lie, I was planning on just sticking a lever arm on the robot somewhere. Yeah. But if you're not planning on placing rings on the wobble goal, that's perfectly reasonable. Honestly, this robot in 3 days is so much more about showing off different ways you can use parts and different building techniques than it is making the best possible robot. If we were just shooting for like an amazing score the most points robot in 15 hours, I don't think we'd be going this approach. Really, for a lot of these mechanisms, we probably would have gone with a different approach. Yeah, horizontal 4-bar would be solid if you can drop it. Let's see, I think I have a double servo arm somewhere. Oh, sweet. I really thought I caught that. Thank you. I tried. I can't remember if my Skystone prototype had the servo move as well.
Nah, it didn't.
It didn't. I could do horizontal. Ooh, that's kind of nice. Horizontal linkage.
Yeah, Black Forest style.
Yeah. That's kind of solid. I like that. I'm going to play with that.
All right, I'm going to move this back onto the table.
Scissor lift and scissor extender. That'd be pretty fun, gotta admit. But unfortunately, it sounds a little complex for, like, really I should have this done in an hour. And if I don't, I think I'm in trouble. So, yeah. Turret on a scissor extension. I love that idea. It just sounds very fun. You can kind of see the struggle of two people working on the same robot. It can be kind of tight sometimes. Especially, yeah. Is that screw head clear? Not really. I think it spins fine. Yeah, yikes. Okay, so that screw head doesn't really clear, which means I really want what do I want?
I couldn't tell you. That's too high.
That's a way to do that. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
It's fine. I'm gonna grab some 4mm ID spacer. Oh no.
I mean, this robot is
Beam.
definitely not known for the cleanest mounting solutions in the world.
I can get behind that. That's very true. We don't have any 5-hole beams left. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, I kind of used them all. Oops.
You just want some square ones? I'm gonna grab you some.
Yeah, that would be amazing.
Okay, how many you want? Like 10?
Yeah, that sounds good. I'm sure they're the most common ones, so I'm probably going to run with see if this flat beam is thick enough. I'm just trying to use up some space between the screw heads and the servo frame. Oopsies. So if this, yeah, that's perfect. Okay, I'm gonna use that then. So now I've got 4, 8, and I bet I have 8 of threads in this, so I need 16s. For this, I want to make sure that I have all the thread depth I can get because it's pretty structural. So I'm gonna go grab the correct length to get every mil of thread I can get. That's why you can see some things in goBILDA. We have like 7 mil screws, where most of the time a 6 isn't gonna make or break anything. But when you start looking at applications like this, where everything else about them is a little suboptimal, this getting the most thread depth possible is pretty nice. So I may not actually have 4 in this mount. I may not actually have 8 on this mount. It's also very fun. Justin LMAO, my catter, does that all the time, trying to get the optimal thread depth for every single thing. I do that too, for sure. Sometimes to a fault. It looks like I have a little too much thread here, so I need 14s, which is too bad. So I'm gonna grab a couple 14s. I only needed 2 of these 16s anyway, so I'll bring these back. If I was running into the pattern on the 32, I could do it, but I'm using the 16 pattern, so that sucks. Glitches says, as the CAD guy, I use the same size screw for everything I CAD. Those are kind of the 2 camps, I think. You either use like just a screw head in your CAD, no anything else, so it doesn't matter how long there are any threads or anything, or you find the correct size screw for everything, and you also like CAD wires and stuff. I don't think there's an in-between. Stealth biplane, just always use 20 mil and cut it off with a Dremel. All right.
That's a little suboptimal.
Yeah, I think some timing belt's gonna be the way to move there. I'm actually good, but I found that I only needed 4, so the flat beams work well. That's not that bad.
No.
I mean, it's not good, but it's not that bad. Okay, so now I just need to move from here to there. That's pretty far. I gotta say, that's pretty far. Here I'm just gonna use a screw head as my end stop, because that's what I have around. I'm gonna grab a standoff, but screw head works just as well, and it's just a little bit less clean. Honestly, on a competition robot, I would probably use screw heads and lock nuts everywhere, because only one-sided standoffs do have a bigger potential of coming loose, which would suck if your slide falls off in match. It shouldn't ever. Like in an ideal world, you don't need any end stops, but that's not.
It will.
Yeah. I feel like with that, you kind of have 2 schools of thought too. You either have the pulley guide, if you believe in pulley guides or not. I think that Steven from Gluten Free pretty religiously does not believe in pulley shields to make it so string doesn't fall off, which I get. I think that the thought process there is it's gonna fall off. If it's gonna fall off, it's gonna fall off. Who cares if it gets jammed in your pulley guide or pulley shield or falls off your robot? Which I understand. It's not time to put this servo screw in yet, but I'm going too quick just so it stays in there. Okay, now I need some beams to start prototyping stuff with. I'm just gonna grab some super long ones. And prototyping, I like to use long screws and just drop screws in the beams. Then you can really easily play around with it. Lance Larson asks, for your shooter, I know you took off the gearbox. Did you clamp around the fat part of the motor? If so, what size clamping mount do you use? Do you know the answer to that one?
It was a 37.
Yeah.
Around the motor shield, it's 37.
Okay, so we use a 37 mil clamp. Do you have a mic on, Luke?
I don't.
Okay, so we use a 37 mil clamp and just clamped around the motor shield, the flux ring of the motor. Okay. Okay, so we got a new adapter we need to print. Sounds good. Are we out of 3.7s already?
What?
Just using the same settings as last time.
Yeah.
So you just plug in the card.
Oh, you just need another one?
No, I figured you'd.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm just saying. You seem a little bit occupied. It's still on this face, yeah? Oh, you got a demo.
Sorry.
What a weird place to put it. Alright.
What do you mean?
Mine's up higher, so you can actually, like,
Oh,
get it.
it's different on the Under 3 Pro. Interesting.
Wait, is it?
Yeah, the SD down here is down here.
Oh, that's whack.
Yeah,
it's
I
like
got
turned
mine up
upside
here.
down. Yeah, same.
I have dropped the SD card in the slot there a couple times, which is pretty awkward. I'm getting bullied for having a stock Under 3 and not a Pro over here. Which is nothing new, but... I was like, I'm gonna upgrade it anyway. Is it really worth the extra 50 bucks? I mean, I'm sure it is, but... I think if you're buying a printer to upgrade, I probably wouldn't get the V2. But honestly, the V2 has a lot of the normal upgrades you'd do, so... Kind of hard to beat there. Okay, so... calipers. Calipers are a really nice thing to have around the shop because you can just measure stuff a lot easier. So it looks like I need about a 44 mil stand. Oh, excuse me. I'm measuring from the top. In theory, is this an on-pattern height? It probably isn't. I wish it was, though.
I don't think so.
Yeah, it's about 40. So if I got a 40 mil standoff, I should be able to work with that pretty easy. Thank you. So now I just I'm gonna do some trial and error and find the proper beam placements for this linkage. You can definitely do it with math the correct way, and that is really great to know how to do. But for prototyping, I have never done that. I really just kind of grab some beams and play with it. It's a lot harder if you don't have those parts, but even just doing it in CAD works really well. It's a little bit more annoying because sometimes your relations break and stuff like that, but it's for sure doable. So let's see here. That's not bad. That's very fast.
Oh, yeah.
I'm only doing 45 degrees, so that's like, it'd be like a half second. No, it'd be like a quarter second if the servo can move that. So, I don't think it'll be able to. But I mean, there's no harm in trying.
True.
Make your lever arm a little shorter, get more rotation out of the servo.
Yeah, that's true. So I'll just kind of pop this down to a shorter bar. So, as you go with a different lever arm or a different arm length, you change your speed to torque ratio. So longer lever arm means you get higher speed but lower torque, and same thing. I guess in this case, it'd be the speed to thrust ratio. But anyway, longer lever arm means you get faster and less torque, and the other way around for a shorter one. So this looks like a very nice amount of the rotation of the servo. And this is just a speed servo, so I think it'll be able to do this.
That looks good, yeah.
Let's take the servo screw off. then I can turn on the servo and center it and all that. I hope this one's in stock rotation.
That's better. I
Oh,
think on the field, it'll actually contact them, but I don't know.
yeah, so I suppose you have to change your stop positions.
Yeah, I might have to change them a lot and then just have like screws
Mm-hmm.
to adjust specifically.
So I'll plug this into channel 1 so it makes sense to my brain. Okay, so right now I should be at the middle of the stroke, which is going to be probably about there. All right, so let's get a longer screw and bolt this in place. Then I also need to figure out how to mount my motor on this, but yeah, that's a problem for another time. And by another time, I mean in like 20 minutes. Like 20 minutes. That looks like about half the stroke, I'd say.
Yeah.
Hey, that's a lot nicer. That's pretty promising.
Yeah, I mean, it gets it in there.
Mm-hmm. Will you be able to get up over a wall? You know, put some like channel in there, see?
Yeah. Grab a grid plate or something. There we go. Oh! Wait, look at this.
I'll look back away, sorry. Oh, yep, that did it.
Kinda. Bottom roller is definitely better. But if it's very close to the ground.
Yeah.
That's so dumb.
That's pretty risky, but I mean, if it works. So what ratio are you running at?
It's just 19.2,
Okay.
which is plenty fast.
So if I give it a little more force down. Oh,
Yeah.
it kind of needs to hop up. Okay.
That's such a bad noise.
Can you lift up the plate a little bit? See if it'll get up over.
It doesn't. Like,
Yeah.
a little bit, but it bounces back and forth, so I think it really needs something down there.
Oof. Interesting.
Yeah, I mean,
Chain tension's not my favorite, but
no. That's okay. This is an idler.
yeah.
Here.
You
there's
could
the
actually put
idler.
an idler standoff there
That's true.
with a bushing on it.
I
But
think my hand works too.
so I don't have a whole lot of torque when I'm going to retract. Oh yeah. That's all the servo can do pretty much.
Mm.
So what I'm gonna do is shorten that lever arm a little more. Because I have enough rotation, and that's plenty fast. There's no reason it needs to be that fast. So I'm going to change my speed to torque ratio here. Shorten that up just a touch. And try it a little more. Oh yeah, I have not checked the chat in a second. Cool.
I wonder what it would do if I just like put another roller of gecko wheels and it was like this. I wonder if these were spinning the opposite way,
Mm-hmm.
if it would. Because those pop it up some. Maybe it would get it up through this gap. I don't know.
Looks like for the amount of usable rotation I need a longer lever arm.
For your printer, does it normally do its start G-code?
Yes. I need to change that.
Okay.
It does do the start G code off to the side. Honestly, the way I think I'm gonna fix it is to 3D print a spacer to hit the limit switch. I'm sure there's a way to do it in the code and all of that.
Shift all the G-code over.
Yeah. I like hardware solutions to software problems.
That's wrong.
All right.
And I like hardware solutions too, but
You're right. What do you guys want from? There's a little local shop called Burger Station. They're gonna get us for lunch.
I'm assuming they have burgers.
Yeah, that's a good guess.
Okay, cool.
someone may expect it.
So they have normal burgers with no cheese. They have cheeseburgers and they have chili burgers.
Huh.
They also have, let's see, on all of those different, they have like doubles of all of those options too.
Yeah, so it's like cheeseburgers.
Yeah.
Nice.
And then they also have, their default is mustard, pickles, and fried onions, which is very good.
Check and judge us all for our
Yeah.
orders. Let's see, I'll probably just have a double with a little bit of mayo and ketchup and fried onions.
Okay.
Cheeseburger.
I would be kind of surprised if they have mayo or ketchup, but we can try. They probably don't have a menu online, but hopefully. It would be very surprising. They're a fun little local shop.
The definition of a hole in the wall, for sure.
Yeah, it's like even before COVID, they were you had to call in only, and you just kind of picked up, and they were just like a little steel building. It's really nice. I like it. Oh man, it's gonna take a minute to get all the way back down. Oh, that's a smart way to clean that. I've always just used the putty knife, but the other things would be nice too.
Use disc wheels going the opposite way behind the gecko wheels.
Oh, that's true. We
With
have those
space
in really
between.
small.
Oh yeah, that's a good idea. I like that. And you can just use
Yeah.
Sonic hubs.
Yep. Or bolt them on GoTube.
Yeah, that's true. I like that. I like that. Good idea.
Yeah, thank you.
These are pretty grippy too.
Yeah, it's kind of not my favorite thing.
I'm trying to figure out spacing though. It's kind of weird. How I want to power this as well.
Hey, Luke. Hey, Josh, sorry. Do you just want to let Shannon know what you want? Or I can message her? Okay. Okay.
Chili burgers sound interesting.
Okay.
Alright, so just start.
Cool.
Grab some pillow blocks here if we've got any more.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oops.
Sorry.
I think I'm actually just gonna take this off and kind of try and reassess off the butt, which probably should have thought this through. Not the easiest thing to take off, but I can just leave the motors out if I'm building on this side actually. Yeah?
It's not quite all of my extension either way, so I think I need a little longer.
Are you gonna put a like an actual linkage, like ball end thing on there?
I probably will.
You probably should.
For my second bar.
Yeah.
The other thing is, this is pretty darn close to, well, let's see. It folds into the 18 inches pretty nice.
Yeah.
So, that's pretty, So that's, we're getting closer. Let's go another hole. Cool.
Gotta get some of these bullet connectors out of this grommet.
It's fun.
Yeah.
Getting 4 all in there is definitely difficult.
Getting
But
them out seems a little bit easier here.
yeah, it's not too bad. Oh, that's
That
so
was even
close.
the wrong one.
That is insane.
That is zooming.
I love speed servos. Speed servos are still my favorite, even though most people here prefer either the super speed or the super torque now. Or this, not the super torque, it's normal torque. That was not a leak, by the way. I just want to let everybody know that's not a product we're coming out with anytime soon. Unless you like fan theories, then it is. You never know. Let's tighten that servo screw down just a hair. So, that pretty much maxes out right there, which is oh no, I locked my linkage. So if it's most of the time, it's back there, and then go whoop, whoop. I'm actually gonna put this on channel 3. Channel 3 will give me, yeah, that's way nicer. Oh, that's too good. Mentor 16225 says Google Maps has a picture of their menu from 2016. I'm guessing that it hasn't changed. Send me a double cheeseburger. That sounds great. Oh yes. Oh. I was trying to tighten that screw.
Just about got these motors out so I can work
Oh yeah.
in depth on this little part here.
That's a big thing with the strafer, is that the drive, a robot like this is almost not possible with a standard kind of motor center drivetrain. It's a lot more difficult, at least. But
yeah,
with the strafer, you have access to all that center space. The downside is it's a little harder to work on without actually popping that motor out. To be able to.
It's not that hard to pop out either.
Yeah.
I mean, even having to take the wires out, it took me, 5 minutes for both. So it's really not bad. And if you just need to pop a screw in earlier, I just like pop the wheel off, pop the 4 screws off, and drop the motor and put a screw up. So not bad at all.
I'm pretty happy with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, Justin says you can push the motors all the way to the back and do belt drive. That's for sure reasonable too. So now I just have to make that linkage a little less bad. And
also make it fit.
Yeah. So I'll replace all those beams with correct length beams now that I know how long they need to be. That's how just why having some super long beams is nice.
You can cut them too if you're strapped for material.
Honestly, a scroll saw with a fine tooth blade, like in the 20 TPI range, if my scroll saw knowledge is
Something
holding up,
like that.
works pretty well. Very surprisingly well. My scroll saw kind of got accidentally donated to the robotics team a few years back. And it got used for a lot of stuff that I would have never used it for. In good ways and bad. Honestly, I think that's one of my favorite tools as an FTC team. Or ever. I love scroll saws. They just give you a lot of freedom in what you can do. TDC A Nova asks if 3.7 is optimal for intake. What do you think?
Depends on your intake, basically.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you've got really tiny rollers, if you're like rolling on GoTube, that's probably okay. Cause like, or I guess like VersaTube too. Just small rollers, yeah, that's probably fine because you'll get a tangent velocity that's like somewhere in the range of double your drive speed, about. But yeah, I mean, for wheels or rollers bigger than like 1 1/4 inch or 1 1/2 inch, probably go with a slower speed. But obviously, it's good to have a bunch of different speeds or a way to change your speeds, like ultraplanetaries or just gear ratios, and just test a bunch. However.
One good tip and trick for intakes is to use lock nuts, because they allow you to, not intakes, for linkages, excuse me. They allow you to to leave things a little loose, but not have the screws fall out.
Mm-hmm.
You can also add, say, some 4mm ID plastic shims, or plastic spacers. Those are really solid to make everything run just a little smoother. Oh, I should have put the servo on the bottom side of the servo frame and made everything just a little more compact.
Oh yeah. That would have been good. You'd have a little bit less torque on that standoff too.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I wonder if you could like put 2 L brackets here. Wait, no, that wouldn't work. Yeah.
Yeah,
Something like that, and then that would be a little bit more solid rather than mounting it to the bottom thing. But
that's true.
yeah.
I still have to fit a motor here somehow.
That's true.
So that'll be interesting. What ratio do you think is optimal for gecko wheel intakes?
13.7, I'd say. I mean, that's always a good starting point.
Yeah.
Or like do a 5.2, 2-to-1. That'll give you like 10.4.
That's nice too.
Yeah, I like that a lot.
Justin asked, how bent is that flat beam, or is it just sagging? This one, I think it's probably just sagging from that screw not being very tight. I'm going to replace that with a threaded rod and some linkage beams. Just because, or for 2 reasons really. It gives you more flexibility, and it lets you tighten everything down really tight, because you can rely on the little ball in that plastic linkage housing rotating, instead of relying on 2 metal parts rotating against themselves. Okay, so I'm gonna need I'm gonna say a 96 mil threaded rod. Let's see.
Yeah.
See what size is close to that we sell.
I mean, it's like a 17-hole beam, so I'm pretty sure that's longer than 96.
I'll have the linkage ends on either side.
True.
So we have 90. Let's see how long that looks.
That's 55 mil? Yeah.
Oh,
Center to center?
I don't think that's right.
Yeah, definitely not. Minus 71.
That looks really accurate to me. So I'm gonna go and grab an 80 and a 90 real fast. Oh, sweet.
Could you grab me more disc wheels too? Thank you.
And a 90 and an 80 would be perfect. They're a 2808, 04, and then 0090 or 0080. And then can you grab a pack of the linkage ends too? We do have. I know I've seen some up here, but they don't have a home, so I don't know where they are. But we're getting really close.
Yeah, I'm hoping this bottom roller setup on this little intake jig will do something. Otherwise, I'm probably going to try and solid mount that one to the chassis and then run chain all over the place for the pivoting bar. But yeah, I really like the little Rhino wheel idea. I don't think, maybe overnight we can print more of those little hook things, and I think those would be very good.
I think those are probably what I do as a team for sure.
Yeah, but since we weren't able to get a bunch of those done last night, I can't really test it, but
they should be a fairly fast print.
Yeah, but we'll need like at least 7.
Yeah.
So
that might be a fun thing to start when we leave tonight. Or
yeah. This is what I've got right now. I got the Gecko wheel roller and then some pillow blocks just right off the channel here, and I can angle that however I need.
Yep, keep slide is right on. These are both the 3210, 3210 0105s. So they are just low side U channel sliders, and they are very smooth. They're perfect for this. I would use the 04. I think that's the right part number for that one. The low side channel slide pack, because it allows this channel to be full length, and this channel would also be full length, and it would mean you have a lot more support when they're fully retracted, where this one has the same amount of support no matter where it is. So when you're back here, it gives you more support, and it would also let us mount another vertical support bar over here. This, I would really use GoTube here if you can. Channel would not be as rigid. So that's a big reason that this is stable as it is. But I don't know, I'm sure a lot of you have not seen this system. Pretty much we'll just lift it up, go over the wall, and then be able to drop it down and back up.
Sweet, thank you.
So,
speaking of GoTube, I might just be able to slap some GoTube on there.
Perfect. Thank you.
I don't know. I feel like I might try that.
I'll just give me the bag back.
Thank you. Justin asked if we're concerned about the wobble goal falling out if you reverse the robot. Definitely. That's a concern, so we may have to add kind of a servo latch or something like that to kind of get in there and limit the amount of stop it from falling out. But yeah, servo clamp would be nice, but hopefully we won't need it. It definitely would add some time to this build, which is something we do not have very much of.
Oh yeah.
this vertical strut right here is GoTube, and I think that's the only way to go for this because it's going to be way more rigid than anything else we sell. Besides maybe boxed low side channel, that might be more rigid. But past that, that's going to be pretty much the end all be all for goBILDA rigidity. Drive rails, spacing between rails too. That's the way to go if you just need the most rigidity possible. Okay, so right now I'm just threading those linkage arms onto this linkage. So we'll try that length out. A big advantage of this linkage system is it allows us to fine tune, even by like 0.7 mil, how long this bar is, whereas these are, you can only fine tune by 8 mil increments. You can make this exactly perfect. Which it kind of takes some load off your programming team because all of a sudden they will just need to get you close, and then you as a hardware team, you can get the rest of the way there to make it really just dialed in and perfect, the servo distance travel. So I'm going to pull this bar off here and add a really short square beam to this for my linkage to mount to. So I'll actually run that whole system quick. Just gotta find a long enough screw. TDC A Nova asked how many millimeter long is that channel. This one is 13 holes, 336 mil. This is a 432 mil. So that actually, as you can see from my standoff position, can be a 15 hole. So I will switch that over to a 15 hole fairly shortly. Probably after our first test, to be honest. So there's a world where it never becomes a 15 hole, to be completely honest. But in an ideal world, it'd be 15.
What should I use as a hammer now? Can I get suggestions?
So suggestions from the chat for a hammer.
I already used the
round belt.
Round belt. Okay, I can do that.
That's kind of difficult, I think.
Well, never say never.
Never say never.
Yeah, it's working great.
Okay. Jeez.
Yeah, that worked.
A little bit of a press fit, I think.
No problem. All right.
All right, now I need another fairly long screw. Not that long.
Sweet.
Yeah, that looks right. Well, every tool is a hammer. Bits Bytes Gaming suggests using a hammer.
Not seeing one right now, so.
We try to keep those away from the building stations. They're a little dangerous.
Maybe I'll use the bottom of this lithium-ion battery.
Jacob secretly was sent by our competitors to burn down the building. Dun dun dun.
I didn't say anything, so.
Alright, so we've got a linkage V2 here. Much more refined. Let's power back up and hope that it does not kill itself. Woo! Oh, it overextends just a touch. But that is pretty much what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's hard to beat. All right. Now to start on the vertical. We're really kind of taking a gamble by me working on this and not the intake. But it'll be fine.
I mean, at the very least, that vertical will be like. Wait. Okay, hear me out.
Okay.
What if this, the servo extending, also powered the vertical?
Oh,
Right?
that sounds
'Cause-
very difficult.
Because you fasten the string here, and you have a pulley here, and then it goes down here, and then as this goes, it's like the Technova arm.
Yeah. I think that wouldn't really work because we have to get out to grab the wobble goal. But I would love to be able to do that.
Yes.
It's probably better to have
Well,
two
you
different
could
ones.
you could just no problem. Well, you have to raise it anyway a little bit to get should be
Yeah. How competitive do you think this wobble goal will be in comps once fully constructed? Any tips for teams not in a rush in terms of building a wobble intake and arm? I would definitely make this a clamp of some sort with a claw, like a servo claw or something like that, to be able to grab on and lift it up over. Or make some kind of, I've seen a lot of claws that are kind of shaped like this almost. So as something hits the back end, it closes. And then as you can probably drag up against the wall to pull that apart. So that's probably a cooler idea. Definitely more robust than two plates. I also might try to not grab by this cap, because this cap can come off. So if you're trying to stack a bunch of rings on this and then lower it, it's possible you'll actually remove the cap of that wobble goal. Can you make the servo move all the way around so it doesn't have to quickly change directions? So there are some ups and downs to that. The reason it is this way right now is because these servos can really only rotate about 300 degrees, excuse me. So continuous means you lose that feedback that you get from the standard angular mode. So I really like to keep it in that 300-degree range. Linkages are great because of that. They also are very fast because you're only moving, say, 60 degrees instead of the full 300 or full multi-rotations. I think that's doable. So you go up a little bit, back down, and then you're good to lift up. Lift that up. Bloop. And then lower back down. That is surprisingly consistent. I definitely think it's going to fall off pretty easy, but I need to go up 2 holes on my stop. All right.
There's so many of these.
Capsule, I mentioned the Sam's 24 mil wide. I'll check Discord. Well, Yeah, so if you're grinding 3 mil off the pinions, that makes sense. That definitely seems like you could do it in that case. So if you, heck yeah, I'm a ninja. I'm hyperventilating. I would not recommend doing that in competition, but
yeah.
I guess I could. Yeah, anyway, it works. So I'm going to work on powering the vertical. I guess I don't know. That seems like it's
help
like.
me with intake too.
Huh?
You could help me with intake too.
That's true.
I have a lot more of these to make.
Okay.
And test.
All right.
Probably two
Can
more.
I have a Sonic?
I don't have any more.
Oh.
Whoopsie.
All
I mean,
right.
wait. I have a round, but that's it. And some through hole ones. Those could go too.
Need some more?
True. Wait. Are there any more? Oh yeah. We have a bunch of old ones.
That's fine.
Oh yeah. Okay.
How many? As many as we got.
Some of those are through hole.
Yeah. Anyway, watch out for the through hole ones, but that's.
This crate looks functional.
Yeah.
Took the hyper well.
All right.
Didn't break.
Didn't break. So let's replace our shooter with that. We will show that off on screen real fast. So the next version of our wheel design, or our motor design here, is it's 12X OD still. And then it has the motors, it has a 17 tooth pinion.
Yes.
So it is designed for, if you take apart your 13.7s, your 3.7s, your 50.5s, those are all going to have this for sure. And it's very possible that your 19.2s as well will have that pinion size. And also the bare motor that you can buy on goBILDA will also have that size pinion. So that's kind of the design we're after right now. So we'll do some more testing with it and see how it ends up, see if it holds up really well. But that seems like it's worth a shot too. Lower the hook so you can be slightly above the edge of the wobble goal while still having the hook the same spot relative to the wobble goal. That makes a lot of sense. I think that's probably the way to go. Perfect, okay. So we will put that near the shooter, so remember to make that change sometime soon.
Ow. Try and clock all these hubs at the same angle. Well, never mind. Can't.
In a perfect world, I think these would actually all be through hole Sonics and then have a threaded plate on the far side.
Yeah.
Then you could use 4 screws. Or honestly, this is what double Sonics are designed for.
True.
But that's fine.
I think we only need like 6. That way we can fill the gaps between the gecko wheels as well.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna grab some spacers so we can get those in there. These, here we go.
So
Throw one of those in there. Probably need 2 actually. Those.
You grabbed the wrong spacers.
I probably did, yeah. Did I grab 8? Ah, darn it.
6 mil long or 8 mil long?
6 mil long. That should
close
be
up
good.
about intake currently. Yeah, sure. I will.
Thanks.
point that camera over there. Sorry about that.
These are wrong too. These are 5.
5 ID?
Well, they don't fit on the shaft.
That's what the intake looks like right now. It's gecko wheels,
Yeah.
and we're designing some, or we're currently assembling some disc wheel rollers. You can see kind of right beside that hyper there to run on that 6mm D shaft.
Oh, it's just the one.
Glitch just asked if our food is ready yet.
Yeah.
I really don't know. We don't have it yet, so I hope it's soon.
Yeah, 5 ID
Okay.
don't exist.
Yeah.
Yikes. It seems like that shaft may have been just a little tight overall, because it was tight in bearings too, I think, right?
Yeah.
So.
We will need a sprocket on this as well with thin pattern spacer.
So, I mean, I think the next thing I'll do is work on our lift. goBILDA should sponsor burgers from Burger Station. I hope they do for employees at least. That'd be really nice.
That'd be awesome.
I go there a little too much. How fast should this be?
Doesn't have to be that fast.
Yeah.
Controllable, since we probably won't have software control very much.
We'll program a RoboClaw to close loop.
Yeah.
There'd be no way else. So I don't know. I'm gonna go 5.2. We don't need the speed or anything. Okay.
Be careful with a 5.2. It's gonna fly off of there with your passive claw.
That's true. Okay, we'll go a little slower. We can always slow it down and coat. Let's see here. Huh?
So what speed? You do 19.2.
13.7 is in.
You did it across the room, but
I'm gonna go 13.7 right now. We'll try that. Oh. I'm just gonna try this. It works, it works. If it doesn't, it's not very hard to switch out. We'll just use clamping hubs and stuff. This is tough.
Yeah.
No, sorry, that will have to change to a different length, so that won't be in the 18 inches. I really don't want to wire manage it on a lift.
miter gears.
Here?
What? What?
Yeah, I'm confused. That is cool.
You can hang it for so you don't break to the side. And then you can onto the smaller shaft.
Twisty string. Chain lift. Or we could probably not also mount the motor.
No, outside of the 18 inches.
Yeah.
Dang it. I should have thought this through.
Can it go like,
Oh, are you trying to go back or forward?
or can it go on the underside of this?
Oh, I'm not sure where.
Oh yeah, it pretty much is the full thing, huh?
Yeah. And Ashdew 11 asks why not use the servo. I mean, that would be fine. I really like the motor because we get closed loop control from the encoder. Maybe it doesn't matter. Okay. Oh, okay, let's see if I can fit a super speed servo in there. I really don't want to.
Okay, I think what I'm gonna do just to test this, since I don't really have it set up to be powered by a motor right now, is throw it on a drill.
Let's see. Glitches says servo with spool on end of horizontal extension with string in the bottom of vertical lift. That's probably where I'll go. The Fork of York says, hi Jacob, I hope you're doing well.
Hello.
He said YOU_RE though. So that was correct there, but later on he says, the Fork of York, I like your mechanical paradox shirt from 7182. I own multiple, so gotta get consistent with those.
Yeah. Fair. I feel like, I mean, I also do own multiple mechanical paradox shirts, so I think we're probably even in this endeavor currently, but maybe if you'd like to potentially DM me a picture of your collection, we can talk.
Let's see. Glitches says I like a cascading lift. Since they're just a single stage, that feels probably a little overkill.
Here's that spacer. It's just burred a little bit.
I know this is a torque servo, but it's the same size as speed servo.
Yeah.
Excuse me. I'm gonna go, let's see here. Oh, glitches, that makes sense. Yeah, I'll probably just run string. That's probably the simplest way to do it here. That is just super tight. Wow. I think that works. Oof, no. 18 inches. Eek.
There we go.
Yeah. Let's see. We could start some triangles, some cores.
Okay.
Yep. I assume it's the same as the last step file I exported, but that's a risk I don't want to take. I have so many things loaded on this SD card that I'll just say Part Studio 1.
Yeah.
I think this should work.
How many do you want? How many intake fingers do you want?
Go with.
Bearing in mind that you can clock them,
Yeah.
so
Like 9?
Okay. I typed in multiply, add 8 more, so
Yes.
4.
Also, I think this is looking pretty promising. I just need to get
flip the right way.
chain
Yep.
setup going.
There's the big.
You got that figured.
I think I've got a good idea for that.
So let's slice it. See how long this is gonna take.
Pages, I'm sure.
An hour and 14
That's
minutes.
not bad, actually.
It's only gonna cost me 27 cents too. So
Crazy.
Great.
it says euros, but that's okay.
Close enough, right?
Yeah. I'm also estimating on the density of the plastic, so next time I buy a whole, no, I can measure a whole roll, I guess, but
Did you adjust for the price too?
yeah. Yeah, so it knows the price, and I'm guessing on the density.
Part Studio 1, Core 3.
That's accurate. 230.
You have to do that.
It's weird. It will only set the bed temperature. It never sets the hot end. I guess it just likes you more. Okay.
A lot of times, what it'll do is wait on getting the extruder until after the bed is heated.
Oh yeah.
Because you get a lot of drip out of the nozzle otherwise.
That's okay. Fine.
So if that's what it's doing.
That makes sense.
Because mine does that too.
Okay, that makes sense. I always just don't want to wait on the extruder.
I can't be bothered.
That's weird. We have totally opposite ways of thinking about that.
That's more effort. I'd rather just press the button and walk away.
Huh. I think we think about 3D printing differently. If I'm printing, that's like primarily what I'm doing. But you're probably printing to have an end result, you know?
That's usually what I'm doing, yeah.
Yeah. I'm normally 3D printing because it's fun. There's a 2-wheel drive Mecanum. I think it would work very well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Ideas for powering this. This has to go opposite. I'll need some sort of gear reduction in here.
Oh.
Oh,
they need to go different directions.
yes. That's the big part.
Interesting.
So, I do have room on the outside. I have this here already, which
Okay.
is stuck on there now because one of the set screws is stripped.
Oops.
That was probably a return one. So, and this also isn't really on pattern. It should work with chain-ish to like one of these. So maybe I do just pinions here and then chain back to this and chain to here and then use the other side, use this sprocket on my other side to power it with a motor somewhere.
That makes sense.
That's probably what I'll do.
I
But
like that.
that means I need to put like, I guess I'll put some more low U on the outside, or I guess for now I can use pattern. Probably use no. Quad block.
I think it should stick fairly well. It's been sticking pretty well today.
I'm not too worried about the fusion. Alright, maybe I should be.
Let's
Yeah. Awesome. All right.
How am I doing it? Just rough it up. I got a knife.
I have steel wool.
Doing it.
It's running really fast, so I bet if I slow down the first layer, it'd be a lot better. But
We'll let it go a couple
Yeah,
more
let-
layers and just see what happens.
yeah, I agree.
Maybe it'll just deal with it, so. Or maybe it'll get worse.
I mean, sometimes it does. These later ones are much better. I don't know what it is, but once it's in the flow, it's normally fine. It's definitely printing very fast. Let's just slow it down.
You can try doing it with a skirt.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, there we go.
Just get it flowing.
Yeah, okay, so I just turned it down to 80%. Way better. That's also my most used part of the bed because it's the center. So,
Right, so it's gonna have the best view in there.
yeah, that's a lot better. Okay. We can start it over with that speed, but
Let's see how this works, and then if it's bad, then
yeah, we can always start it over.
it still might salvage itself.
Yeah. Worst case scenario, we have one that doesn't work, right? Or two. Yeah.
You need all 9.
I wonder if I have it set to print this first layer slower. Prints like this are just tough to print fast.
Yeah. You guys.
Oh, we have food.
Ooh.
Hallelujah. It says it's supposed to print the first layer slower, but I don't know if it really does.
Yeah, it's not fixing itself.
Okay.
It's popping pretty bad.
Oops.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Wow. Printing a bunch of springs over here.
Yeah. So let's see if it really does it.
Yeah, so what's the exchange?
Bye,
Just
Flamingo
chill.
Waffle. Have fun with your homework. Bits Bite Gaming says,
that up to
Ethan, look
speed.
and design in CAD.
Okay. Okay.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, it just lets the bed heat first. Maybe it doesn't drip all over the place.
Dietz has a little G-code fix for you.
Oh,
Looks
okay.
like.
Cool.
How's the channel mounted to the Go rail? Here. See if I can show you on the camera.
Oh, here,
Might
let
be
me.
able to see. Yeah, it's a little bright, but because of the gaps in the Go rail, you can see. Looks like, yeah, I think I have both screws in there, but I can do a screw on this side and a screw on this side into the middle section of Go rail, and then on the opposite side, there's a screw going this way and a screw going this way into this Go rail. So that's how it's all fixed together.
You could do pretty much as many screws as you wanted in
Yeah.
that setup, but
Mm-hmm.
all right, you can do up
for
to 4.
time's
Excuse me.
sake.
Yeah, we're pretty close to halfway through today,
Oh, geez.
I think. We may be past halfway. I really don't know.
Hmm.
Yeah, 2.5 hours, almost on the dot. So if we get an intake working today, I think we were pretty happy.
Yeah, if we get intake working, and then we can work on transfer and getting everything working tomorrow.
Yeah, I think I was just trying to print the first layer too fast.
Let's see. I want that to roll off the table. Open Go rail.
Now it's printing the nice little Triforces a lot better. I hope you guys can hear the nice 3D printer ASMR. Justin wants to know what cameras we're using. So the secondary camera right now is a Canon ADD. I'm not sure about the lens on
Not
it.
ADD, ATD.
80D.
Yes.
It's quite a name. And then over our primary camera is a Lumix GH4. So we're kind of a mixed brand studio here. Our Canons we use primarily for photos. They're great at video for this stuff, but our Lumix is just shoots in 4K. I think we can get up to 60. It's really hard to beat kind of a more dedicated video camera. How is the Go tube on the wobble goal arm mounted?
Screws?
Yeah, so there are just screws running down into the threads, top and bottom.
Nice.
I could probably figure out what lenses those are on those if you were curious.
I had a spacer drop into my shoe.
Then you have to pick it up. When?
Oh, and another one.
I wonder how fast I can make this and still have it print well.
What is your settings in Kira?
I'm 65% of 50 right now.
Oh, that's pretty slow.
Yeah.
I usually do like 80% at 80 millimeters per second.
Okay, so you're pretty close to my default in Kira.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna give it a few layers of this speed and let it do its thing, get a good base under it.
I'm going to use some shaft beams to lower down this bottom roller about 8 mil, because when I had it, I don't really want to change the way I'm mounting this right now because I like how the go tube is, but the roller was way too high to even grab the ring, so I'm going to move it down and hopefully it'll still work with everything. I'll probably have to end up changing where this go tube is, or changing it to a roller of some sort, because I think that sort of angle won't work unless it will go between the go tube and this roller, which would be really nice, but we'll see. Yeah, that looks good. That is, if I can hold it all together, put it together. Yes. There we go. Almost had it. Nope. Come on. Once again, not known for great building practices, but they work. Okay, that can pass through there now, that's nice. How does this look now? That is much closer to the ground. I'm a big fan of that. Now just testing with my hands. It still looks like it's not quite close enough. It might be actually to get it through there. I mean, it's probably still, it's a good 8 mil off the ground, so I could probably stand to put another flat beam maybe in there. That would give me like a 12 mil. Is there another thing I can use that's 12 mil, like a spacer or something?
You could do spacer.
Yeah, I might do that. I mean, the other solution would be to solid mount this to the chassis, which if this ends up working, I will probably just do that and then run chain, and then I can have a gearbox mounted up here that will reverse my directions and send out power to the front roller as well. But let's see. We set this down in here. What is this sort of angle looking like? It's close. Probably gonna need a bit more angle though, so yeah, it'll probably just end up having to be, bottom roller will probably just have to end up being mounted to the chassis, and then we can find angles from there, because I think the only thing restricting our approach angle to this right now is this top go tube. And even if it's like, you know, this is held up by a ring, then our angle is even more shallow. So, yeah, I think I might just start on trying to mount that roller to the chassis rather than try and figure out how I'm going to power this on a jig, because I think I can generally assume that this is going to work at least halfway decently just by testing it by hand, and I'll make it adjustable too, obviously, but yeah, as long as it pops it up just a tiny bit, it'll get it up through that gap. I don't know, maybe I can get a little bit better view of that on camera. It's obviously not actually mounted, but let's see how that looks.
Put it on your camera, but
Yeah. Yeah, so you can see the bottom roller in here. I'll tip it up. This is the top roller, this is the bottom roller with the disc wheels. So it's just on a pivot right now, but it'll go through this, and then the bottom roller is still too far from the ground, but if you pop the ring up a little bit, it'll grab it and then kind of squish it there against the go tube. But with a little encouragement, it'll just pop right on through. So that's the idea. It just has to be executed a little bit better, I think. And that'll feed right into the shooter at some point, hopefully, and we can drive around and score. But now we have to figure out how to mount the roller to the chassis, which is going to be a little bit tough.
Yeah, definitely, Justin. It would be nice to, like, take it off. Take off the wobble goal mechanism and have it all really nice and short and cool. But, I don't know. Yep. Have it deploy up.
I'm gonna leave leave all these parts around here. Just to give me a little bit more space while I'm trying to figure stuff out on the bot. But yeah. Let's see. Try and get me a longer shaft here. 200 mil. Probably end up wanting like a 220. Seems about right. Get that in there somewhere. Now, I think what I'm going to try and do is, since I want this to be semi-adjustable, probably just on the 8 mil pattern, I will toss this roller in there with some low U, not this long, maybe like 3-hole, with standoffs here and bearings, and then I can get power transfer gears or something in between here. Maybe do a 3-hole channel up, then a 60-tooth gear on this and a 60-tooth gear on this, and then that'll give me a top output to power it and also power the front roller that will be reversed. And then I've also got my sprocket on here that I can go up and power another roller up here to get it further into the shooter. But I guess we gotta start out with some low U and some standoffs. These, and where are the standoffs? Just right here? Alright, sweet. We'll probably go with a 32 for now. Let's take the whole thing. Alright. Put those somewhere here, and just using the grid, they can go in 8 mil increments wherever. And like this as well. So I might not necessarily have an output that's on pattern to be on top of this to get this as low as I want it. And I might even have to use the pillow block trick as well. Or it might not matter, I'm not sure yet. So the reason that I'm leaning more towards trying to build like an intake prototype on the bot rather than building a jig like we did for the shooter is because for the shooter, obviously you have certain angles and rotation that matters, but your base like starting height is not going to matter that much. And you can account for that with speed or with wheel speed and other angles on the bot. But with intake, you are going to be very dependent on your base height and also like how your bot will roll around and how fast it hits objects and all those other different factors. So, you know, like I had this little jig, but that was also mountable to the bot. So yeah, generally I've found that's a better practice is to test intake stuff at the height it will actually be at. Because sometimes just a, you know, quarter or half an inch difference in the height of your wheels, like on a Skystone intake, can make a huge difference. probably as low as I dare go. Let's see. This is about 26 mil ground clearance. Gonna drop it down. How does 2 millimeters of ground clearance sound? We'll see. I mean, the tape's 1 millimeter, so that leaves us, you know, another mil. This is just fine. Oh, that's plenty. Don't need more than that. Still not low enough though. So I will probably need to be using these things again, which isn't bad, but just makes it a little less convenient to mount it to U-channel. Maybe I can construct something out of beams.
Let's see. Ben 18190, we're having burgers today. Speaking of which, I'm about done eating if you want to go eat.
Oh, let's go.
I'm going to probably work on mounting this shooter.
Oh, yeah. Probably just pop that out and throw some GoTube in there. I like that a lot.
Yeah. Probably move this center cross beam too.
Yes.
Or remove it.
Yeah, one of those.
Okay.
I'm going to finish taking these off and then go grab my food. Awesome.
Can we have a whole robot drop counter?
All right.
I guess we might end up removing the motors too, the back motors too. Okay, so we're gonna get this center cross beam out of the way, at least for right now. We'll probably try to put another cross beam back in the front if we can. It sounds like there's a big possibility that there's going to be something running across the front to get a little more stability, but for now, some channel and GoTube near the back should be pretty good. Then we'll just try to get this shooter as low as possible on the robot. Gooptan's FTC asks why as low as possible. We were planning on mounting our shooter on linear slides. So we are going as low as possible because of our intake and shooter designs. That just gives us the simplest really overall design that we can get. That's really what we're after because we only have 15 hours. We're trying to get something that's really simple but still works pretty well. So we are going that route. So we have this shooter, and we're going to try to get it very low to the ground so that we can get about as much, so that our intake has to bring the elements as the least amount vertically up as possible. We really want it to stay pretty low so that our intake doesn't have to bring up a massive amount. So, but adjustable angle is really important, so we want to be able to get that nice angle in there. Robo Baggin says I'd like to see something like the 1301 16 14. 1301 16 14. Let's see here. Okay. I'm just going to look that up quick. Okay. Yeah, that would be really cool. Kind of a lower profile way to mount shafting and stuff like that. I like that idea a lot. Okay, let's see here. So I think I'm gonna have to drop those motors out, so I'll go ahead and do that first before I get into anything else really. Go ahead and remove those. Unfortunately, I think you do have to take wheels off to get those motors off, but really not a very big deal. Alright, there's another motor module. And the last one. Where did everyone go? Glitches asked. So I believe the other people are either kind of watching the chat behind the scenes or eating lunch. So it's just me right now. I'm working on mounting the shooter in the robot in a way that's at least fairly nice. So to do that, I'm actually going to remove the last two drive motors. All right. We'll leave the wheels on though, just because it's actually more work, but it means we can have the right height for when we're doing intake stuff. Because we will have to take the wheels off once we are ready to put the drive motors back in. But if you're doing kind of big build days like we are today, taking those drive motors out and just leaving them out for a little while is a really nice way to quickly be able to take stuff apart. Gup Tyson FTC says, is there going to be a giveaway for this 3-day build? So we're not going to be giving away our 3-day build, but we will do some giveaways tomorrow during the kind of last half hour we're here. We're going to do kind of an overall recap and show everybody what we did this week and pretty much just what we came up with. So definitely tune in tomorrow and you'll get a chance to win some giveaways. But I suppose we really only have 14 hours then. Okay, so we are ready to install our goTube. Let's see. Maybe I should mount the shooter first to the goTube and then
Honestly, if you get it close enough, you could probably run the round belt under the goTube.
yeah.
Well, no, you have to space something out. But it would be doable if we can't get it low enough.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna mess with the ring.
I hope not.
Yeah.
They might need to be buttons.
We'll just go in the middle.
Yeah,
Which
that's
is
true.
less ideal, but
Yeah, let's just go in the middle for now. It's probably fine. We did go with. Okay. This is spacing is definitely not going to work out because of the round belts, but yeah. I almost mounted it backwards. That would have been awkward. Maybe one hole forward. I mean, that seems pretty solid to me. Oops. It depends a little bit on our angle. Do you want to just run over and do some test shots and make sure we can hit with this angle?
Yep.
Okay.
All right, there we go. My mic's back on. Okay.
Cool. I'm gonna have to change what hole we end up mounting it on.
Yeah, I mean, our round belt is also just like completely against the go tube at the moment.
Oh,
So
right.
I feel like that's not going to actually work.
Forgot about that. That was a good call. Okay, so probably put that go tube on some spacers.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably the best bet.
Or move it back here, which would
Probably hurt the angle we can actually get to. That's my only worry.
yes.
Okay, let's try 8 mil of spacing.
Okay.
See how that ends up. Alright. That's too long. Yeah, okay.
Billsbur 1 in chat says goBILDA. Yep.
Yeah?
Yep.
Correct.
I would have to agree with that one personally.
Oh. This took me a long time.
All right. Check this out. I gotta get this bearing out. It's not working. A little bit.
Oh, geez.
That's pretty stuck in there. Let me get like a flathead screwdriver. There we go.
Stink. Okay, so
Can someone catch me up? Is that a two-wheel shooter with one motor with two idler keys or something?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a technically two-wheel shooter. Yeah, one of them is stationary, and it's also a Rhino wheel, not a Gecko wheel.
So, well, yes, but actually no.
Yeah, so yes, but actually no. I don't know what you mean by idler gears, but it's just some round belt.
Okay. There's enough space so that go tube clears that clamp. Or clears the round belt, excuse me. Cool. That looks pretty neat.
Yeah. Let's see if it works.
Cool. Where's the robot? Oh, it's on the field.
Gone.
Gone. That's right. Okay.
Disappear.
That was my lunch. All right. Yeah. That's why I wanted to work here so bad. I was like, oh yeah, free food. Alright, do you think we need more space? I can give you pretty much as much intake space as you want.
Oh yeah, like about there's good.
Okay. That's a hole pattern. That seems pretty solid.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool.
I'm gonna mount it there and then make sure we can go hit that angle.
Sweet. Trying to think through what we could use for another roller. I mean, disc wheels, yeah, maybe use some go tube and round belts. I like where you're going with that. Yes, that's perfect.
Yeah.
No, Peter the Coder. We have 15 hours, so we're not going to be CV tracking the high goal, unfortunately. Wish we could. Honestly, I'm really very, very good at CV tracking and programming and all of those things. So, I mean, give me another 15 hours and it's basically done. But no, not for this 15 hours.
I wish we could, because that would be sweet, but
Yeah.
yeah.
And this shooter design would be pretty easy to mount on a turret as well.
Mm-hmm.
Granted, you need a little bit better intake.
Yeah. Probably would want to improve the shooter too. If your robot was better.
Basically, yeah. You have code for TV tracking. Yeah, that would be cool, but we're not using expansion hubs. We're using RoboClaws. So
Kind of just RC stuff.
yeah, just
It's
hobby
fast.
radio control stuff.
And yeah. Very easy to get stuff up and running with for sure.
Mm. So maybe if we had more time and we're also using the right electronics, that would be fun.
Mm-hmm.
But probably not for this one.
Yeah. It is really more of a hardware challenge for us than a software one.
Yeah. I mean, as far as I know, goBILDA doesn't really make any software, so
Not really.
makes sense.
Definitely would be nice to have some kind of support at the front of the robot. It's pretty wobbly.
Yeah,
It'll help a lot once we get the motors, the 1201s from the motor in there.
and the intake in as well.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I'm gonna go make sure we can hit that shot. And we don't have to change the angle.
Yeah.
Hopefully we can.
You will want something to lock or do the clamping hubs with, though.
Oh, probably.
Yeah.
Thank you. Let's see. Channel 5. This will also be a good test of if our discs will clear the obstacle mechanism.
I think they curve more to the right, so they should.
Okay. Cool. All right. That's not bad on the clearance department. So,
Yeah.
all right. I'm going to say that's probably pretty good. I'll try to eyeball that and get it locked in place. Oh. It's not bad. Not the greatest ever, but
It's kind of low.
yeah, I think so too. Just a little though. I'm going to loosen those just a little bit so I can kind of yeah. Hopefully I'll loosen them enough that they can kind of stick where they want to be, but I can adjust it. There we go. Yeah, okay. That should give me a lot of freedom.
What? There we go.
All right, I'm gonna say that's good enough for now.
It's a little weird being closer to the ground, but yeah. And
Yeah.
it might need to be raised up a tiny bit because it looks like the servo is almost touching the ground.
It's kind of close, but I don't know. It might be fine.
Why did you choose a stationary wheel over a wall? That's just what we tried first and it worked. So
This is so much about just like getting something that works fast, and over maybe trying every possibility and finding the best option.
yeah.
That's definitely more along the lines of the refinement process. But once we've got a robot that can kind of score, it should be a lot easier to try to make those tweaks, especially for the teams who are kind of making their robots. So the next big thing is kind of intake, right?
Yeah.
Wow.
What I'm thinking for mounting this is like, can either mount with these like this and use some beams like this.
Sure.
Maybe like just drop some beams down there or just something like, see if I can get a little mock-up here what that could look like. Kind of using the same sort of thing we used, or we're using on the front roller, but just changed up so that we can get this bottom roller down as far as we need, which is pretty far. Mentor 16225, can we get a close-up of your shooter mechanism? If you go to our clips, there should be one. I think it's titled like Spinny Boy. That's a pretty good close-up of shooting. And then there's also one called Explanation. That explains the pusher pretty well. But after we get most things mounted, at the end of today, we'll probably do another close-up just to recap the explanation and what we've changed.
Yeah.
As well as how it's mounted.
Do you think there's very much for me to do on the intake to help you out?
If you can help me just kind of figure out how we want the power transmission to be,
Sure.
that would be really helpful because that's going to be pretty confusing here.
Yeah.
Justin, intake is not working yet. We're trying to get that mounted and powered.
That's definitely going to take some prototyping. Okay, so.
This is down here. This will be on 8 mils, so we can use plastic chain for that. And then I think probably just like a bevel box right here that powers everything, right? Like that makes the most sense.
Yeah. Let's get this mounted and then work off what's figuring out the next thing is.
Yeah. Definitely. Maybe I use a 7-hole beam actually. That way I've got threaded holes on the ends.
The Jimbo, the Bear motor, it's working pretty well. How is that let's see. Are you guys happy with the V2 of, or the V whatever of this is?
Yeah, it should be good.
Okay, yeah. So I'm gonna put this new version of that adapter on the shooter quick. And then we will do some testing with that as the day goes on and see how it holds up. We might do that after you're done because we both kind of need the same parts of the robot there.
Yeah.
So I'm just relocating this claw down 8 mil. And then I will probably relocate the end stop by 8 mil up. And we shouldn't have to jump over that lip anymore. That should be a lot nicer.
Is that 8? I guess it didn't go off the table, so does that count?
What do you think?
It's the table, it counts.
It counts.
Okay, okay. So we're at 8 now. 8 tool drops.
8 tool drops.
We need to suspend them somehow.
Okay, that's pretty solid. Lift. Heck yeah. Beautiful. I think that works pretty well.
Yeah.
I just need to power it still.
Uh-huh.
Somehow.
Along with this, which I'm getting there. I think I'll probably just, honestly, throw some beams on there and bolt them to the ends and see what happens.
Mm-hmm. FTC Dream Machine asked what parts we are using for the claw. So the claw itself is, let me check the part number real fast. Here it is. It's a 1211-0001-0001. It's an angle pattern mount. That actually works out really well to grab onto this end cap. It doesn't really grab on, it kind of slides over. These are the channel slider kits. They are a 3210-0001-0005. So there's one here and one here, and then the rest is just low side U channel. It's all mounted on a Go tube right there for your vertical. A servo claw would definitely be a good thing. We might be able to get by for this robot in 3 days without a servo claw there, but if it was a real competition robot, servo claw there would be very, very nice. And then we need to power this linear motion, probably with a motor and some string, or maybe a servo and some cable and pulleys, somewhere in there. One of those two options. Uh, 60% of the way there.
Oh. Yeah. There we go. That's nice. That's nice. Getting you a servo and timing belt for vertical. More weight than string, but more reliable. I mean, If it's
probably work.
only if it's only lifting this much,
Mm-hmm.
you might as well just use string. Like, I like belt for bigger, like, staged lifts or
Mhm.
like single stages that need to be tough, but this is neither of those really.
Yeah.
So
I honestly don't even know if we'd run a return string
Yeah.
on this, as much as that pains me to say.
Arvin Smith, what wheels are you counter-rotating the Gecko wheels for intake? These are
Disc
what?
wheels? 48 mil disc
48
wheels.
mil disc wheels, yeah. And there's a Sonic in between, and I think, yeah, we're using 5. Yeah, 5 sets of these with a Sonic in between.
We may try a prototype with some like fingers too. That
Yeah.
are printed out at CPU, but hopefully these work just fine and we can go with them.
Okay, so that's pretty much touching the ground. Go 1 up, then that's pretty darn close.
Sounds good
I
to me.
will try throwing these on here. Don't really
This is
know
kind of almost
where.
looking like a robot all of a sudden.
Kinda. Maybe that 1 up just to give us a little bit more room to angle. Probably not the most solid mounting solution in the world. I think if this was a real robot, like a competition robot, probably want to, instead of beams like this, even though this is surprisingly strong, would probably want to use like a custom plate or something like that
Mm-hmm.
and get just a bearing hole in there. But this is not honestly a bad solution. And even probably grab some, that's a 12 mil. Could even get some angle mounts in there somewhere, probably here.
Yeah, I bet so.
Somewhere up there. Dual block would probably work there as well.
I think it might in a little while, but it would not right now.
Yeah. Let's see, we got this, and then I used 5 hole for that. Wherever I put the rest of those. Maybe I'll have to grab more.
What are you looking for?
5 hole square beams. Here we go. I just need 2 of them.
Very nice.
Yeah. Shouldn't be. It should be plenty close to the ground.
Oh, I lost my Chrome window.
Whoops.
Whoops. So we've got another hour and a half, just about.
Oh boy.
I know.
Yeah.
Any better? Will you be able to get the wheels on there?
Yeah, I just need to test for width if I need to change.
Ah.
Change beam sizes there. Because I have a feeling I might. No, that's fine. That's almost perfect actually. We can get another roller between those two. Then with the wheels on there, and
Yeah.
I'm happy with that.
Seems like it has a lot of potential.
Yeah. Now, the wheels will go on. It's just fine. So you're probably gonna want
hello, Arlanceo.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna go with. Kind of in the corner.
No, I am gonna do this properly. I'm gonna clock all the screws on the same side if I can.
Very nice. Okay. I have an idea.
Yeah, there we go.
I would like
Oh,
this.
yeah, that's not a bad way to do it at all.
No,
It's gonna be sweet.
it's pretty close to the ground too. I think that should be enough. And then can also run a chain up through this gap.
Yeah, if we have some pin in this sprocket.
Yeah, I think a 14 should run through there fine.
You think so?
Eh,
Maybe
Nice.
if you pull it up and back, so that this is between.
yeah, yeah.
That might be the way to go.
Mm-hmm. Most likely.
Oh, excuse me.
Oh yeah, that has plenty of contact on there. I like that.
Oh, geez.
Let's see if I can't get that mounted up.
Real Simpleton asked how the wobbler thing works. A little demo if possible. Been watching for 2 to 3 hours. Wow, that is some dedication. I think it looks like it has a lot of potential. I'm gonna get a motor set up with it pretty quick here.
Wait, so you sat through like 2 to 3 hours of me fumbling with the intake? It's crazy.
Yeah. All right, so got my 5.2 to 1 motor, which is insane and overkill, but that's fine. And I just gotta mount it somehow.
Oh no. That's not too bad at all.
What we can't say is let's go build or go to sleep at this point, which is very funny. Hard to agree. Hey, that's looking pretty good.
Yeah, it's a little bit misaligned. So the shaft isn't wanting to cooperate with me, but I think if I loosen these, it'll help. Yeah. There we go.
Much nicer. Sweet. I hope this works.
Me too.
Otherwise, we're gonna have fun Wednesday on our hands.
Yeah. It seems just from like rolling by hand that it should work pretty well.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a lot better than I ever expected it to.
Yeah, same.
So we may need another roller here.
Yeah, and it's a little bit off-centered, so we can probably push
Oh yeah,
it
we
that
can
way a
definitely
little.
push this. I think this shooter is actually what's off center, so
Yeah.
yeah.
But if we grab this again, which we'll probably refine a little bit,
Yeah. Jeez.
that can sit there.
Yeah, so I guess it'll have to scooch forward some.
Yeah, because it's hitting that at its current pivot point, and we could even probably move that pivot point up.
Yeah, for
But,
sure. That seems like it's worth
Yeah.
it.
It's probably not enough of a gap, really. Well, it might be. Then to get that angle up
Yep.
right in there.
Sweet.
Yeah. So if we do more of an angle like this,
Mm-hmm.
that should encourage it a little bit better.
We can probably go out of the box if we need to and just have it fold down.
True, yeah. Thinking if we just match the shooter angle with some struts up here,
Mm-hmm.
that should be good. Now we have to figure out how to power it all.
Yeah.
Awesome. Which I think I might actually end up having to move this sprocket. Well, I could keep it there actually to power the second roller.
Oh yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah, I'll probably just keep that there. Just tighten one of these screws on here. Yeah, I feel like that'll work pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever get around to testing the 90-degree curve shooter?
No.
Not really.
It's something we'd like to do, but we kind of ran out of time really with how fast we need to have this robot trying to hopefully running.
You could probably try and test it again because you have like the new adapter and the thing, right?
That's true.
Just bolt a gecko on there
Yeah,
and
let's
go
do
off. You've got this thing still here, so.
that. Oh yes, I have to put the curve back on.
Yeah, it should be pretty easy to do.
Yeah, let's try it.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how it will do too, because I think last time we tested it, it just had a 3.7 on it, and it was very slow.
Yeah, not really enough.
If it's
speed.
1-to-1 off a bare motor with the expansion of the gecko wheel, I think it should be good.
I bet so.
How would it compare to current version? No clue. Absolutely no clue.
Are we kind of finalized on the shooter?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
I want to see what that does though with a
Me
bare
too.
motor.
Do we have an extra bare motor we can borrow?
We don't.
Okay, that's fine.
We got this. Where's your prototype?
Yeah, I have it.
Do we need another one?
If that's possible.
What's on there now? Thanks for
Oh, we don't. I mean a motor. Sure. I think.
What's this? That's 5.2.
Does this not turn out very well? Yeah, I think I ran a little fast, which is unfortunate. Yeah, that's accurate. Story of my prince.
What is the ideal speed of a motor for 4-inch? I have no clue.
Yeah. I just hit allow.
Yeah.
Kind of a funny thing for AutoMod to catch, but okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Divide whatever speed they're shooting at now by 1.666 to account for, yeah. That, listen to what Glitches said. That's should be pretty accurate. I mean, you might want to change your speed some more. Speed right now is around 5,600 RPM.
Mm-hmm.
That is assuming the goBILDA specs, though.
Mm-hmm.
So, if you're doing your math based on that, then use the goBILDA specs for your motors as well, not Vex.
Not the right size. Yeah. Okay, that's fine. I'll do that quick. Alright. Alright, so we've got a new design for this system. There you go. Basically, this plate is not a motor adapter anymore. It is a screw locator, basically. Since the holes on the bare motor do align with the slots in the goBILDA pattern, it works fairly well. The reason that plate is there just is to center it within the slot, basically. So we will get that all bolted up. Woo.
Yeah, but you can have sight.
Nah.
Hmm.
Oh, I can demo the wobble goal real fast here. Basically, we have a servo on a linkage right here for a horizontal movement. It just goes like this. We've also will have a motor or possibly a servo with some cable and string to move this axis. Basically, all you'll do is line up your robot, extend that out, be able to lift it up, and then drive over the field wall and let it down nice and easy before coming back over the field wall. That's the hope. It would be nice to eventually have kind of a servo claw for it to lock this in so you can't let it go really easy. But it stays in there pretty well, all things considered. So we're probably going to stick with no claw, at least for this today, just because it's a lot simpler. So right now I'm going to try this curve and see how it runs with a gecko wheel and a bare motor. It also is a good opportunity for us to test our most recent bare motor adapter prints. These will be really solid to prototype with until we have a nice kind of goBILDA part for it, which is definitely something that we are working on getting down the pipeline as fast as we can to make sure you guys can start working with it. Hopefully for a lot of you guys, you could do something like this during maybe your virtual events and move over to a more finished product for later events. So what this solution is you have that same output as I showed you guys before. So it's, can you flip over to our second camera quick? Thank you. All right, so the motor mounting solution, because the motor holes actually align with the slots on the goBILDA channel, it bolts up to channel pretty well. The only issue you have with it is that it's not really, there's no way to center it. It can slide around the slots. So this top part is just a 3D printed plate to center the heads of the screws. So that works pretty well to make sure that motor is centered on the 14-mil hole. We've also got, I've showed this off a few times now, but basically it's a 12-rex OD, and then it has the ID of a 17-tooth pinion that comes on either the bare motors you can buy right now off the shelf, or it comes on a lot of the common ratios of gearbox that a lot of teams probably already have. So the 19.2 to 1s, the 13.7s, the 3.7s, and like the 70 to 1. Also the 188s will all use that same size. So that'll work really well. So we just have to get a 12-rex hyper and clamp down on that. Yeah. For a final version, it would definitely be nice to support this output a lot better than we're doing right now. Just so that it may spin a little more concentrically and have a little more wobble. Arvin Smith asked if we would stick with a 2-motor, or if we go to or if we'd stick with a 1-motor shooter, or go to a 2-motor shooter if we were going to a competition with this.
I feel like that would have to depend on a lot of more final like mechanism designs, because you might want to use 2 motors for intake. You know, you're probably going to want to use a motor for your wobble goal. I mean, you don't necessarily have to, but if you're trying to get that done fast, you might as well.
Yeah.
So honestly, I think shooter would be a good use of another motor, but if you're really struggling with intake still, you might just pop one on there.
Yeah, 1 to 2 motor intake or 1 to 2 motor shooter.
Nice.
Feels like you've got a lot of options this year and where you want to use those motors. I guess you could do 2 motor wobble goal. Be the best wobble goal robot.
Nope.
That was not it, but
No.
it's
Okay.
fine. About that.
It's been a long 2 days.
Yeah, I suppose we're probably running pretty short on time today.
Well, we got about an hour left.
Okay.
Not too bad.
Yeah. Definitely not as much progress as we had yesterday, where it felt like we had a new shooter every day or every hour, but definitely harder stuff to kind of prototype today.
Yeah.
Besides maybe the wobble goal, which we didn't spend a whole lot of time on. The intake is definitely more difficult, and more difficult to have multiple people working on too.
Yeah, definitely.
Let's see how this spins up. Oh.
Ooh. Yeah, I'm excited.
Let's see, do you want to run the power for this?
Yeah.
I'm going to grab a couple of rings.
I'm going to...
Your answer to again.
Q. That's pretty fast. But that sounds really smooth.
It does.
Which way is it spinning? That way. I think so. Fan time.
Whoa, that sounds cool.
That skipped the track. So, keeping them in the track is definitely something to be aware of.
I
It works pretty well.
I feel like it's less stable than the other one.
Yeah, we are also just kind of holding it right now.
Yeah.
But it's a really cool, different solution.
Oops.
Yeah, the flight does not feel nearly as nice.
Oh, that one was really good though. Whoa.
Whew.
Might be a little OP. Just there's no consistency.
Yeah.
Right. Well, it's cool. I mean, a design like it, I think, could be really cool.
Yeah.
It's definitely harder to load. From a robot packaging sense.
Kind of have to load them at an angle.
Yeah. But it's cool.
Yeah. It's definitely cool.
Another issue is that my wheel height is a lot lower than my guide height, so not quite as nice in that sense.
All right. Would somebody be willing to grab me a miter gear set, 160 and one 8mm Rex? That would
Yeah.
be great.
Where did all our miter gears go? Oh yes. 160 and 1.8 Rex, huh?
Yes.
Those should both be pretty solid.
Sweet, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Um, 101 Bob 101. Our ETA is it needs a little more prototyping, and we need to print it out of other materials. It's been printed out of carbon fiber PETG right now, so probably a little exotic for most teams. So we will definitely work on printing it out of PLA and doing testing and refining it a little bit more. But hopefully by the end of this week we'll have a really solid file for you guys.
I like that a lot. So motor in there, gear. We can power the front thingy off that output, wherever that goes, and then that can pop down here and power this.
Is it way simpler to just use 2 motors?
Honestly, maybe.
Because then we could have a motor like right behind the go tube on the intake.
True, yeah.
Maybe kind of on the inside.
Yeah, or above it, like just right here.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
Okay, let's just do that. Then we can both work on it together too.
Yeah, and this can be a whole lot. Like, honestly, we just take this as a 5-hole, pop it up to a 7-hole, and then just match that same intake angle, and then just put a gecko wheel roller and a gecko wheel roller.
That seems solid.
Yeah. Then I'm also wondering if we want to mess with changing the ratio on this at all to match the tangent speed of this.
Yeah.
I feel like is good, but it would have to be like 1.5 to 1.
Yeah.
Which isn't super easy to do on channel.
You guys got 1 hour left.
Oof. Okay. Let's try to get it done today.
Yeah.
14 to 10 is just about 1.5 to 1. So if we went 14, oops, that was not attached. 14 on the motor to 10 on the output.
Okay.
That work?
Yeah, that works. That works.
Okay, so I will work on getting that.
Here's your 14 and a Sonic. Yeah, if you actually just want to work on getting that gearbox together,
Yeah.
I've got pretty much everything here.
Sweet, okay.
And then I can try and work on getting this roller revised, and I'll need to add another one, so. Yeah, this thing's cool though. The wobble cold out of here. Yes. Another one of these.
Oh, it also looks like the new clamping collars. They're not really new, but the updated clamping collars for 8 Rex and 8 lead screw are both online now too.
Sweet. Those are the ones with the integrated spacers?
I don't think the lead screw one does have one. We decided that it was probably best to not have it there.
Yeah.
Because you'll probably be running it right up against the thrust bearing. But the 8 Rex does.
Nice.
So that's pretty exciting.
I'm gonna sit down.
Do you want to run the fun 8 Rex system?
What is that?
So the in CAD, the output shaft of the 5202 is in contact with an 8 Rex shaft in this setup.
Oh.
In real life, it works most of the time, but let's see it. If it doesn't work, we'll throw a pattern spacer on there, but
Yeah.
since we're so close, it's easy to test it out. And yeah. The real simpleton, why did we choose a gecko wheel over another Rhino wheel out of curiosity?
Grip.
Yeah. It seemed like it got us a lot for more consistent shot. It seems like maybe a grippier solid wheel might be the way to go. But seems really solid. Well, I'm just gonna keep saying glitches even though that's wrong. What do you guys think of field-oriented drive?
Not a huge fan,
Yeah.
personally.
I like robot-oriented personally.
Same.
Especially if you can kind of, for me, I'm a lot better driver if I can manage to forget that I'm driving, that I have a controller, you know? If it's just like driving, if I like in my brain think I'm just directly driving the robot.
Pretty much goes for everybody, too.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's clearance. Hmm? Just for simplicity's sake, we won't do spacers or anything like that for those miter gears. We'll just space it by eye. Yeah, for sure. And the new strafer chassis actually just comes with spacers for those.
Oh, that's really nice.
Much nicer. Yeah, there were a lot of teams who last year just weren't quite able to get a good spacing with the bevel gears. So miters and spacers is going to be a really nice change.
Let's see. Can I get like a 192 Rex shaft? 12 mil Rex? Oh no.
You're looking for 192 12, right?
I'll use beams. Beams are better.
Okay.
Get a 184.
Oops. This sounded like a 60, not 8 Rex. Oops.
There was an 8 Rex Sonic right over here.
Oops. Eh.
A lot of them, actually. There's 4 under our motors right now.
Oh, that's okay. I've got one already. We'll have to clean up after we're done today. Let's see. Tonight I think we'll also get our intake fingers printing and give those a shot. Maybe it doesn't happen tomorrow, but 9?
Huh?
Is that the 9th tool drop?
Yes.
Dang. I think that, is it entirely you and me, or did Luke have any?
I'm pretty sure it's just you and me.
I think I have like 3.
Oh, yeah.
Where's the other dude we saw yesterday? Luke is actually just kind of behind the cameras today. He was here for a lot of this morning, but...
I'm on the chat, you guys, so...
Yep. If you see goBILDA TV responding to you guys, that's Luke. It's hard to have 3 people all working on a robot at this stage.
Yeah.
Yesterday it's a lot easier. Like, it was a lot easier because like I wasn't really working on the shooter at the same time as they were. But it's tough for multiple people to all be working on the same robot at the same time. Especially with this kind of short of a window.
It can get pretty crowded.
Yeah, and we're not really trying to train anybody on goBILDA or show each other how FTC stuff works, because it's kind of been there, done that for most of us.
Yeah.
I guess this is going to be Luke's first FTC robot.
Oh, that is true.
He's only ever made Vex spots before. So, that's fun. But Let's see how this sounds. Beautiful. Okay. So a big part of spacing bevel gears is just listening to them and seeing how they sound. I'd say that sounds a little tight. So I'll give it a little more space and run it again. There we go.
Yeah.
That's a lot more like what we're looking for. That's still not perfect. I think I'm a little loose still, but that's good enough for this. It's an intake. We don't need low backlash and all that stuff. Is this pinion gear constraining the axle right now?
No.
Okay.
It is not.
It had spacers, so I was worried.
It's just spaced because I had it up against the bearing, but it's not constraining anything.
That sounds good.
You can move it wherever.
All right. So but 101 Bob 101 asks if we think for a competitive robot an inertia wheel is necessary.
I mean, not really.
Yeah. I think the competitive part is the part that's kind of hard to define.
Yeah, this early, like literally 2 days into the season, you can't really
Yeah.
be throwing around what you think will be competitive or not.
I bet it will probably be pretty darn competitive up until like through most state championships.
Yeah.
Just the biggest thing it lets you do is shoot faster. You have kind of not. It can give you kind of let you shoot more rapidly, I guess. Doesn't lower your spin up time really. I'm just like trying to figure out how to say that correctly.
It kind of depends though, because you got longer spin up time with more mass, more inertia.
Yeah, you have longer spin up. Luke was saying longer spin up time with more inertia. So it's kind of, I'm sure you can go too far into an inertia wheel and end up actually slowing your shots down more. So that's where that prototyping and just playing with stuff is the most important thing you can do. But
do we have more gecko wheels up here?
I don't think so.
No. Can I get 2 more? Yeah.
that's a lot of gecko wheels.
Yeah.
But
I think this top roller should be quite good.
it looks pretty solid.
And then we can probably put just even a grid plate right here. But I'm planning to set the top roller up in that area.
That would be nice.
The second roller at least.
Whoops.
Oh, 10.
That's a screwdriver. That counts as 2.
Yeah, that's,
That's
an
a
11
whole
for
drill.
sure. Jeez. It's a good thing we don't care about this floor a lot.
Yeah, this is
We definitely need
312.
a I think it's 11 now if we count that as 2.
That's true.
Is that an average of like 2 per hour? That's not that bad.
Yeah, that's
This one's almost like 1 per hour, actually.
Oh, you're right.
true.
Yeah, not even terrible.
Sweet, thank you. Second whole robot drop, or second, literally second intake drop.
That's hardly a whole robot.
Yeah.
Oof. That was more like a whole robot, but let's grab a spacer quick.
This is what the top roller is looking like so far. Pretty beefy. Gonna add a second roller of roll of 3 gecko wheels back here to just get it that final little bit up into the shooter, and probably just mount it on, put some GoTube out here in between here and mount it with clamping mount the same way we've been mounting everything else. So hopefully it will work pretty well.
Is this plastic chain that you have here for any specific?
Nope, it's
spacing?
for that.
Okay. Cool.
You should be able to get pretty close.
Yeah.
And the beams will act as idlers.
Oh, yikes. Well, it's a seal chain, so
Yeah.
it should be pretty smooth running. Yeah.
Let's see, I need another, oh, I have it right here. Perfect.
It would definitely be ideal to have an acetyl idler bushing there.
Yeah.
Oof. Okay, so let's try another link out. We may still need one. Because we're doing a ratio here, so it definitely will change the center distance that we need.
Yeah.
So it's no longer really, the ideal center distance is no longer evenly divisible by 8. It's something funky because we're doing a 1.4 to 1. Actually, we're doing a 1 to 1.4. So we're overdriving this.
Almost planned this out perfectly. Yeah, I can probably slap some Go Rail on top, and that'll work for mounting. Not quite as the same as the Go Tube for the shooter, but it doesn't need to be a chassis brace as well, so should be just fine.
Honestly, the chassis is feeling fairly rigid now, too.
Yeah, with that bottom roller in there, I'm sure it's not too bad.
We can always build something vertically kind of up.
Yeah, well, we're gonna need to do that anyway to mount the top roller. And we might even need to move this onto, like, into a channel that's vertical.
Yeah. That's no big deal.
Yeah. Or mount something on top of that. Well, yeah, that's fine. Oh, I guess that means this channel is on pattern then, so that's good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, this channel's on pattern any way you slice it.
Well, you could have moved it one more that way,
Oh.
and then it would have been, these shafts would have been in line, but it's fine.
Are they not?
No, they're not.
Oh, okay. Well, anyway.
It's fine.
Yeah.
It works.
It works out spacing-wise really well. That's a
Yeah.
very nice mesh. What do you think is a good durometer for intakes?
Sticky durometer. Anything that's sticky.
Mm-hmm.
Or you can spring, I guess. Anything that just grips the durometer isn't as important because the rings will deform, and it's not like you're going to need to be. It's a round object. You don't have to take it in at angles.
Mm-hmm.
I'd be more concerned about how much reach you have with how little game pieces are.
Mm-hmm.
Like this is about enough to, like, intake one ring approximately head on. But you know, you might want another 2 gecko wheels or just an even wider roller that flips out like HD's robot in Velocity Vortex with the little servo and the mecanums. But yeah, honestly, as long as it grips the wheels pretty well, that's really all you need. or grips the rings.
Yeah, durometer is really not testing grippiness. Even though in FTC we kind of use it as a substitute for our grippiness test, it's really just testing how squishy the material is. Oh yeah.
Yeah, turn that around to show the camera.
That is surprisingly good. The classic. The goBILDA TV motto. Surprisingly good. I think my polarity is forward.
Yeah.
Let's see, is that better for you? That is way better than I expected.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then just something to push it. Keep
Yeah.
pushing it. That just pops it right up like we need it to.
Yep. That is exactly what we need.
Yeah.
Perfect.
It's not incredibly grippy, but it does the job.
Yep. Ramp.
Nice.
Cool. Very kind of gluten-free RR2 feeling to it.
Yes. Well, Skystone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
RR3. Yeah, Skystone. That's right. All right. Funny Fisher 7. Yeah, that's definitely how I feel. I'm just kind of surprised it works, but it does.
Forgot I have a sprocket in here for no reason. Oh well, I'm leaving it in there.
Oops. Future proofing.
Yeah. Yeah? Yeah.
I'm going to tighten these rollers down in place. The biggest downside, I think, to rollers like this is that they're not particularly inexpensive.
True. I feel like you'd be better off in that scenario to use GoTube and then like coat it in adhesive-backed die seam or something like that.
Okay.
And you could just wrap that around, not necessarily an even coating, but if you get adhesive back to that stuff, or even normal, and then get some thin double-sided tape, just wrap that around, wrap that die seam around. It'll get dusty fast because it's close to the ground, but it'll pop those rings up real easy.
That'd be kind of a sticky go-to. Would be a really cool product for sure.
Yeah, that's literally what I was just describing too.
Yeah.
So it's, yeah, or even just like a sleeve that you could put over it. I don't know, something like that. Then I will need, 2 more. I need to go grab more hyper hubs.
That would even give us a smaller diameter tube, which would help a lot in applications like this.
Yeah.
Here I'm just going to move this end stop a little more. There we go. Basically so that I have an end stop that stops me from overextending that linkage, which is good. The servo shouldn't do it itself, but it's very possible that a human might, and that's scary.
Agree. This sonic for my motor.
So there shouldn't be a way for this to, oh, never mind. Anyway, in theory, you should make it so your intake, your linkage can't go back to the back side. So it'll always work if you accidentally backdrive it or something. It also looks like this could be a hole shorter. I think that might be a 15, so it might be able to be a 14, but
yeah,
little refinement things that really don't matter a whole lot in what we're doing, which is just concepts.
Oh yeah, actually what you might be able to work on is getting some sort of superstructure to mount this from, right?
Okay.
Because like it'll need to be at like that angle. So maybe we just put a full channel here and then go rail right here in clamping mounts.
Yeah.
That could be nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's going to be tough to get that perfect. but at least if we get that superstructure started, then
What if it was just 2 vertical pieces of GoTube and then, or Go rail, and you had your pillow blocks mounted to that Go rail like this, and then GoTube mounted to these, so you could adjust the height of your clamping mounts?
yeah, the problem is that this side the chain has to run all along here.
Okay,
That's the only thing.
sure, that makes sense.
Yeah, otherwise it'd be pretty easy. That's why I was thinking go rail across the top, but
Oh, sure.
it doesn't give us as much adjustment here, but maybe if we get that working today, then tomorrow we can get a little bit more elegant solution that'll allow us to fine tune it a bit more.
Yeah.
Because I think ideally we want this to match the angle of the shooter,
Makes sense.
and that'll be a little bit tough, but should be doable.
All right.
Or maybe what we even do is, yeah, just have go rail, and then have the other go rail so we can have that height adjust with 2 90-degree mounts.
Okay.
That should work fine. That'll be fully adjustable, and then throw a half channel across the top.
So these are too long, probably.
Yeah, I think those are too long.
This, basically?
Yeah.
Okay.
That should work great.
Does that seem like a good position for it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it won't be pretty, but you know, maybe we can get it working today.
How does that look?
Yeah, that looks good.
Oh, these are both.
They're lighter, Ethan.
That's true, they are.
There's
They're
no
open
weight
go
limit.
rail.
You don't have to worry about that anymore.
Oh, that's true. I don't think we'll be anywhere near 42 pounds.
Yeah.
I do wonder how heavy we'll be, though.
I don't know.
I bet we'll be 26.
28.
$1, Bob.
$1, Bob.
Yeah.
All right, and then what is the top bar between them? Is that low channel or go rail? Or something else? Or nothing?
Like top, that could be just half channel probably.
Okay. Sounds
I
good.
think. I mean, you're the one who works here. Ooh, that should be good too. Not a whole lot of space for that ring to go anywhere between the wheels.
That seems solid.
I didn't check that beforehand, but it worked out, so we're good. I should have checked it beforehand.
Hopefully we'll be able to test the intake again before 4 this afternoon. But
What time is it? Like 3:30?
yep, 3:28.
About 30 minutes.
Oh, well,
Maybe we'll do it.
doable.
Yeah, easy.
No problem. I've never done anything easier in my life.
Honestly, 30 minutes is a lot of time to fix a robot at an FTC.
That is true.
Especially at NSR.
I've swapped a drivetrain motor in less.
Yeah. North Super Regionals when you got queued before your match was over. And you're like, oh, darn, I have to swap a drivetrain motor. So that's fun.
North Super Regionals when you get queued 45 minutes before your match.
Yeah.
Classic.
It was still fun. Kind of.
I'm pretty sure I had like stress sickness for 2 weeks after.
I believe that. Definitely. I think we ranked like 36th at North Super Regionals.
It's so weird that that's just what you can rank.
I know.
Like,
It's like, huh.
there's
We're
so
in-
many teams.
Well, it's still pretty close to like the top half.
Yeah.
I don't think we were 36th. There's only 32 teams in a division. But
Oh,
still.
true.
I guess TOA has all the info. Does this look good?
Yes.
Cool. I understand that it would look nicer if it was flipped 180 degrees,
Yes.
but it would be
but-
off pattern. so-
Exactly. I was thinking the exact same thing.
unless we like had a weird spacer of some sort,
Yeah.
but meh. Will it matter if this part is off pattern? Probably not, but it's the principle of the thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the intake is definitely, I think, the most challenging geometrically.
Agreed, considering we've made very little progress, and that's what we've been working on all day.
Yeah. It's crazy to think that, like, we had nothing and then a shooter that, like, was worked in not, like, 2 hours kind of yesterday.
Yeah.
And then today we're, like, 4.5 hours in and we have,
Yeah.
we're putting together an intake prototype.
Uh-huh.
But,
I'm pretty confident in this one, though.
yeah, I mean, this seems less like a prototype and more like an educated guess.
That's what I'm an expert at, so.
What's the difference there, Ethan?
A prototype is kind of like a not very sure about it, and an educated guess is like a kind of sure about it.
This will probably work.
Yeah, that'll probably work. If somebody, I think the difference to me is if somebody emails tech support and says, "Will this work?" I'll either say a prototype is like a that might work, and an educated guess is like a that'll probably work.
Getting stuck on those adjectives and all like that.
Yeah, that seems fine. I'd probably say, I wonder if fine is my new crutch word. It was interesting for a good part of my life. I just said interesting all the time. Did I stop that before I joined Recharged?
I don't know.
I hope so. I hope that like most people never knew me at that point in my life.
That's fair.
Now our chassis is really rigid.
Yes. Now we just need our go rail for mounting this thing on it.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm actually almost done with this, so
Yeah.
I think we should be able to get something going.
Yeah, my wobble mechanism is like almost like 80% of the way there, and I've just not done the last 20%. I just have to power the vertical axis. All right, what should I build next?
The bar to mount the intake
Okay,
with.
what should that be out of?
Well, we probably just want like some hurricane nuts, right? And then those little L brackets for go rail.
Okay,
You know, little 90-degree brackets.
these maybe?
Those, yeah. Yeah,
Bam, bam.
this would probably work. Yeah.
Cool.
Well,
Mounting those.
that wouldn't give us. We need variable angle this way too. Is
Oh,
the thing.
sure.
Well, you could do go tube on that, and then we could do clamping mounts on this. But then we might have to raise that. We might have to make these longer. I don't know.
Okay, so you need
So,
these. Alright.
well, we can either have these
Mm-hmm.
on here and then have go rail in them with pattern spacers,
Mm-hmm.
or we can do these on here and then have go tube mounted on here somehow.
Mm. Let's go the faster one.
Yeah.
Clamping mounts.
You have a nice way to do that anyway, so it works out.
Yeah. Thank you. It's kind of like really looks like a robot now.
Almost. I mean, there's not really any wiring going on,
That's
which is the
true.
most concerning part. But yeah.
Yeah.
Are we allowed to do that like tonight?
Yeah, I think we can wire stuff out of stream because it's pretty boring.
Yeah.
Can I have some 6 mil long screws? Just like 4 of them. Thank you.
Do you think I could use a single chain and then put idlers just in between to get enough wrap on this center one?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, this is not.
I don't know if it'll
looking-
be easier. Space-wise, I guess it might fit though.
Space-wise, well. Yeah, I
Thank you.
definitely probably should do that for space.
Oh, around stuff. I was like, that's concerning. Sometimes. Mm-hmm.
So you're gonna have those bearings out the front, and then your pivot's gonna be up here. Is that how that's gonna work?
Yeah. Something like that.
It's concerning to me.
Well, it might have to be back here actually because of where the wheels are.
That's kind of what I was thinking. 'Cause if you're directly over your wheels, it's just gonna go out. You're not gonna get any down
Yeah, yeah.
spring to it.
So you need to be back here,
Yes.
and these need to be clamping mounts, right? Not bearings.
That's correct.
Okay.
You could theoretically also just move this whole bar back one. Can it fit in there? Next to that gear?
I think it
As
can.
long as you spaced it off with a plate on this
Yeah.
side?
Why is this
Yeah.
wheel?
I don't know. We're probably on something somewhere.
Yeah, where the table isn't straight.
That's very possible too.
Yeah.
Okay, so would you rather move the bar back or keep it where it is and put them on the back?
I'd say keep it where it is and put those on the back.
Okay.
That is my opinion.
Works for me. Hurricane nuts where there's a screw right beside the hurricane nut is definitely an interesting thing to get in.
Yeah, on that plate, you almost need it to be longer.
Mm-hmm. But it's doable.
That is looking like a robot.
I know.
Interesting.
Very exciting.
Funny how that works.
It's funny when you have more than a drivetrain.
I hope that these aren't going to interfere with where the motors are.
And me too.
Maybe we'll have to swap those out for button heads or something.
But
But that's a tomorrow problem.
I don't think that they're on the are they on the 32? Oh, yeah, we may have to swap those out for buttons.
Yeah. It's tomorrow's problem.
Yeah. We may try to put those back in, those motors back in tonight. What's the distance between the two flywheels?
122 mil?
That's like edge to edge.
That is edge to edge, yeah. I think it's 168 center to center,
That sounds right.
and they're 72 mil wheels. I'm so close to having something that kind of sort of works here.
Mm-hmm.
Just gotta get a few more spacers.
All right. Those are ready and in place.
Sweet. Now we just need some go rail to go in between and mount this thing up, and we need to put chain on it, but should be able to test it before we stop streaming.
In 17 minutes, right?
Yeah. Easy.
Easy.
Not a problem. Get some more chain.
And maybe we'll work on getting that vertical powered tomorrow.
Yeah. All right.
Or it can be an in
here's
theory
the
thing.
idea.
Does that work?
You know, not sure really.
Okay.
I think it's too close. Not a problem. I feel like this can work, otherwise I'll just double up the sprockets and do a double chain run.
I think it works.
I mean, it won't work well, no matter what. But Yeah. Cause like take this off this and then, that could work.
Yeah. Can you just add another idler there?
Yeah.
If that does that lock? It doesn't lock the powertrain, right?
Almost. I think I'm gonna move the idler again.
Okay. If possible, can you demonstrate the wobble goal picker upper? Yeah, sure. It's overall pretty simple.
There's a wobble goal right there.
Yeah, let's see. Alright, so I've got a wobble goal and a couple of right angle pattern mounts. I guess one of them's a little loose. We'll tighten that up quick. There we go. Okay. And we also got this horizontal linear slide and a vertical linear slide. These are both based on the 3210 0105 channel slider kits. Basically, you can just extend out vertically or horizontally like so, lift this up, and then extend over the wall with this servo driven, and then let this back down before you leave it on that side of the wall. It's really simple. If it was a competition, I probably would add a servo claw to kind of lock it in. And I might look at not picking up by this rubber cap, because if you're loading it up with rings and stuff, it probably will not hold 100% of the time. But I think it works pretty well for what teams will want to do with it. Yeah. I think it seems like a fine solution that we mocked up in like an hour-ish. Let's see here.
This is going to work.
Yeah.
If I can get the chain all on, that is. I think it should be okay.
You could always pop a sprocket off to.
Okay. Little loose, but
You maybe can you take out a link to
yeah,
get rid of that?
that should work.
Yeah. Definitely not a powertrain I do on a drivetrain, but
Nah.
it's fine on this. Oh, I put the clamping mounts in the flipping the opposite directions. That sucks.
Oh well. Come on. I believe. No. I'm so close.
It's tough to get it on with when it's on sprockets.
Yeah. I almost had it again.
Do you want to just pop the sprocket off quick?
Hold on. I can get it. Not a problem, yeah.
Okay.
I'll just pop the middle one off.
All right.
I think it's the shortest shaft. How much time do we have?
11 minutes.
Nice.
Yeah.
Imagine if I just spent the rest of the time trying to get this chain back on.
Oh, that would hurt.
For some riveting TV.
Yeah. There we go. Beautiful. Do you remember when we went to, was it in Davenport? Quad Cities, for that event right after I was here in February?
Uh-huh.
And we just spent like the whole time assembling plastic chain for some reason?
Yeah, and then I wore a plastic chain necklace
Yeah.
by accident the entire day.
It was fun.
Yeah.
Oh, my tire blew out and then Sam came to come rescue us, but he only had like a 5-passenger van and there were 7 of us. It was an SUV. Oh, good times.
Yeah. There we go.
Woo. An intake.
That is not incredibly smooth, but doesn't need to be. That's what we were trying the whole time to do. Just
Double
to
your
save
out.
that much space.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
That is a
what I call a
robot, all
robot.
right.
Okay. So now there's going to be one go tube the whole length, and you're going to have bearings on the intake, right?
What?
Okay. Never mind.
All right, here. This was the plan.
Okay. No, you do you. I'm good.
288. Yeah.
Okay, and then fixed angle.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Sure.
I mean,
That works.
whatever can work.
I was still thinking
Could
you were
clamp go tube in here and put 32 bearings on here, but
Yeah, let's try fixed first.
yeah. Or I guess we could do go tube and put angle mounts on here. That would keep it on pattern, but we also have the adjustment.
That's
so
okay.
It doesn't really matter.
Yeah, let's just try to get something that runs.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, do you need pattern spacers for that?
No.
I suppose it's too short.
Yeah.
Or it's too long to use pattern spacers, so
Yeah.
we'll run with this and maybe retrofit it.
Mm-hmm. The most annoying part is going to be getting this through and then getting this mounted onto it. Thank you. Oh, wait. Maybe
Oops.
we should put pattern spacers on it.
Hey, I mean, it looks like it works really well, so let's do it.
Yeah.
We've got 2 8s left. Perfect.
All right. Cool.
Okay, so looks like we've got a couple of go rail nuts here.
Yeah, just go ahead and pop those in there.
That's all we have. Oh wait, is this closed go rail the same length? Yeah.
Oh.
Beautiful. Much better to clamp on.
This is right up to the
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's
cool.
okay. I'm smart.
Looks like we've already got one nut in there, but we'll need another.
I mean, they're hurricane nuts, so.
True.
Wheel.
Using 2 screws to conserve time.
I think we'll be able to have it running in 6 minutes.
No, but can we just stream until it's running and then
Yeah,
stop?
I would
You're like,
assume so.
okay, it did one. Bye.
Just immediately end the stream.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Be better than just finishing it off stream.
Mm-hmm.
Plus, we did start a little late, so.
That's true.
Okay. Yeah, that's nice.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, we'll probably have to like, mount it like this.
Yeah. Hold on. Whoops.
Well, let's get a feel for what hole we need to mount it in there. probably want to be going. Well, it definitely needs to slide down.
Okay, that's fine.
But we'll probably want to be going in like here.
Okay.
Can you hold that? I'm gonna grab a Sharpie.
Yeah.
So we don't forget. Always got one with me.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7. There.
Perfect. All right. That's. Do you want to just like get this at an angle and lock it down?
Yeah.
Does that look doable?
Yeah, that looks doable. And I will.
I'm glad we don't have a screw drop calendar, or not calendar, counter.
Yeah.
That'd be off the charts.
Off the calendar, one might say. Weird. Oh wait, this is this. No, this is this side. Yeah. Get that wire out of there. Oof. Okay, maybe that angle is not doable.
That's fine.
Huh.
Should we maybe flip the robot over?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just flip the whole bot upside down.
Is this better, maybe?
Yes.
Okay.
Then I can get the tool in here. And then, well, maybe. We'll see. Yes, this should work. This should work. It's so close. Maybe get like an Allen wrench or something to push that up in there.
Yeah.
You're right on the hole. There we go.
Maybe it would have been easier to screw this on to the go rail before we put the clamping mounts on?
Yeah. Now I'm cross-threading somehow.
Oh.
Okay, now the hurricane nut is out of the go rail.
Oh, okay. Do you want to just take it off?
Yeah.
Okay. Unfortunate, but...
It must be done.
Okay.
There's 55 people watching us struggle to put this intake on.
I know.
As we cross the 5-hour mark.
Yeah. Whew. All right.
It's a very interesting intake stream, and by intake stream, it means just sitting and thinking about how awful it's going to be. Like, is this going to work? Let's try it anyway. All right.
Where'd the other go rail not go, I wonder?
Yeah.
Here it is. Oh.
Now, we're also going to have to take the clamping mounts off now because we can't
That's fine.
slide. Oh, yeah, you've already got one off.
Yep.
Perfect. So I can just put this on whatever way, and then we'll figure it out later.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I like to hear. Ooh. Yes.
Much easier.
A lot easier.
Okay. So...
I'm trying to... Why don't it slide? Come on. No! There we go.
Hurricane nuts.
Yeah. once you get it on, this type of system is great for an intake. It is kind of a pain to get on, though.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it can be. If you actually like do it right, it's not, but we're not really doing it right. There we go. There we go. Okay. Probably be a bit off center, but
You can always change it.
yep.
All right.
Now we face a different problem.
Yeah. All right.
Oh, it fell down.
Oh.
It is nice the screw heads will keep the hurricane nuts in, though.
Yeah. Downside is they don't work as hurricane nuts with the screw heads there.
Yeah.
Well, like you would expect a hurricane nut to.
Mm-hmm.
So you've got to kind of put it. You can still insert it into the slot, which is still better than nothing.
Is this going? Yeah, it is.
But the downside is you can't. Really, the nice thing to do with hurricane nuts is to put the hurricane nuts on in your screws on the part, put your part in the slot, and then tighten it all down. But that's doesn't work with the 7-hole system with a 32 pattern part on it.
Yeah.
Sometimes building stuff in FTC is kind of just about like,
How many hands you can have on it?
yeah.
Oh yeah, also one thing to note, with this design, we are using 2 motors for intake, one for the top roller and one for the bottom. Not ideal, but it like works,
Yeah.
and it's simple for what we're doing right now, so.
Yeah. Okay, height-wise, how do you think that is?
I think that's pretty good. I mean, our power transmissions are kind of... That's way too high, actually.
Okay.
And we might actually have to move... We might have to flip it over, actually, just to get the power transmission on the other side where there's nothing.
Okay.
That's not too bad, though.
Yeah. Well, you probably only have to take off one side.
Yeah.
I don't know why I took off both sides before.
Yeah, we can slide that off. Slide this out.
Can you flip it long ways?
Put your go rail on the other side.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we'd have to do that.
Yeah, that's fine.
Oh, it's going well.
Yeah.
Will you post a close-up picture of your build? Yes.
For sure.
Also a short video. Yeah, tomorrow we're going to try and reserve the last hour of the stream to show it working on the field and like an up-close explanation and everything. And that will probably make its way into a separate video at some point, I would imagine.
Yep. Likely that'll be its own kind of stream. So probably go live again like at 4, and then, or go live again at 3, excuse me.
Yeah.
And then it'll be its own video on demand on Twitch, and it'll probably get to YouTube, even if it's just as an unlisted video. And we can get that link posted up. The go rail's on top, right?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
On that side.
Good, because I was like, did I just flip this over for nothing?
The real simpleton rip charge PS.
Dex.
Yeah, unfortunate. F in the chat for recharged. Maybe they'll be back next year, who knows. I don't.
I definitely don't. Okay. Take 2.
Yes. Okay, that should clear this a lot better. I mean, not that much better, but...
Can we rotate the robot kind of this way? Out of the way, sorry.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're gonna definitely have to make this lower profile, maybe put it on the outside.
Okay. Oops. Missed it.
Yeah, it's gonna have to really compress down
Okay.
for this to work.
All right. All right. Whew. There we go.
Yeah, maybe we can slide this over a little bit so we can actually test a little bit here, because it's coming in contact with our chain. Just slide the whole thing over.
I see.
So we can flip
Okay.
the bot over and.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Can't really rotate it more than that.
Yeah.
There we go.
All right, should be loose now.
There. Okay. Now.
Oop.
It was very loose, actually.
All right. One kind of downside of hurricane nuts.
Yeah. I mean, there's not really a super good way with any of these, mid-insert extrusion nuts for them to get to not do that.
Yeah.
But, yeah. I think I'm good on this one.
Okay. You need to tighten that side?
Yeah, I'm just looking at how. Yeah, this does need to come this way a bit more,
Okay.
but then it should be good. Yeah. Yeah. We need to slide intake this way so that go rail needs to be, because
Okay.
the intake is centered where it's supposed to be right now. I mean, it's not centered, but it's where it'll work for now.
Okay. Should no.
Yeah, and then here. I will tighten up the clamping mounts so we don't slide in those. I'll just tighten up this one.
All right.
And then we can sort of figure out where you want to be.
That should be like free to slide kind of back and forth. Do you think it's good there?
Yeah, that's about the only place it's going to work for now until we
Okay.
fix up the power transmission for the bottom roller on this side and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
Is that working?
I think so.
Okay.
I think that our issue is that this screw is too long. Oops.
It should be.
Must have grabbed the wrong
It
one.
definitely is, never mind.
All right. Is that right? The right one? No.
One more over that way.
There we go. Cool.
Okay. Is that screw the right size?
Hope so. Oh, let's see. No.
Yeah, it definitely needs a smaller one. Here, right here.
Yeah.
That should be a 6. Then the hurricane nut is down here.
It is? No, it's in the slot still.
Oh. Oh, handy.
Right. Yikes. This is some great TV.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think that's the right one. Psych.
Screw drop counter. Third in the last 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Now we're both very short. One more that way, one more hole that way.
Toward your right hand?
Yes. There we go. Yeah, you're in it.
Okay.
Okay.
Cool. Now just this side.
Yep.
I think
Spin
it
that
should
one
be.
around. There.
Get a close up of the struggle. Okay.
All right. Finally. And now of us, obviously, we're going to be contacting here, and yeah, basically we have a lot of stuff to, like this. If we put it any lower, it's going to start coming in contact with our lower roller power, so we need to move that over. But we can use our imaginations
Yeah.
for a bit. Obviously the top, here, we can turn it around. That's kind of what it'll look like.
Yeah.
This is still way too high.
Mm-hmm.
But we can't lower it until we move our lower roller power transmission, but I mean, it's kind of getting there.
Mm-hmm.
See, we got a battery here. We can at least kind of shove a ring in there and use our imagination.
Nah.
It doesn't sound amazing, but
I think the screws are hitting the channel.
oh, they definitely are. It's fine. No problem.
Oof.
you know, can use their imaginations. If once this is lower, it should work super well.
Yeah.
Should be able to get it right up in there, but guess we'll have to work on that tomorrow. One shot for the boys.
Yeah. All right, so
How long did we go?
15 minutes.
Ah,
Not bad.
okay,
All right,
yeah.
well, thank you guys for tuning in. Too bad we didn't get the intake quite sorted out today, but that'll definitely be a early tomorrow morning project.
Mm-hmm.
All right, see you guys definitely at 3 Central for our recap, showing all the robot, hopefully running and driving around and all of that stuff, and we'll catch you then.